Yeah, I am actually a kind of intermediate. For example, I can write classes, and I can write some functions, and I use my Python for my table comparison or get data using ODBC jars to the my database, and some wraparound scripts. I just do it with Python. And so I don't know whether I should start here or I should start with advanced, or this is that one.
So as your wish, you can just take the few sessions so that you can decide that. Actually, in basic Python, we are going to cover complete fundamental concepts like how to work with loops and while loops, nested for loops, operators, data type, even more data structures also there. That is very important to deal with every time data, and even functions, modules, lambda expressions. These are all we will cover into core basic Python only.
Okay. Because I know like all the data types like dictionaries, tuples, and then I can work with the JSONs, and then lambda functions. I'm quite comfortable in using it. I mean, basically, and also I'm looking at packaging, like how to package, and the advanced concepts in classes, like how we can do the encapsulation or abstraction, how we can do it using classes. So that's what, because for my right now the knowledge is for any functions I create a class or method in that and I use it. So I'm at that level only. Probably I mean you are a better judge on that, so I just thought of checking.
No problem. You are the correct track only, but we will discuss in our session like in detail about class and each and every method inside the class, how it will behave exactly. Because different types of methods are there, not only one method. Obviously, class contains several methods like instance method, static method, class method, different types of methods.
Correct. Yeah.
Different point of scale, we have to use that.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's begin today's session. And in the last session, we just discussed about basic subjects, which I'm going to cover in Python full stack development, like Python, Django, REST, and Flask, UI, MySQL. And even I have discussed clearly which subject is for what purpose also. I clearly mentioned in the last session. And today's session, I'm going to give complete overview of Python because this is our main subject. Without this subject, we can't move forward for any frameworks and other process. So this is our first subject and Python. So what is Python means? As I said, that Python is a programming language which is used to write generally coding part for the application development. And here we need to know that what type of language it is. The reason is already we have existing languages like C, C++, Java, C#, .NET, more vast languages which can be used rapidly in every application development like Java and C#, .NET. So that are also strong enough to build any application. But why Python became a popular language, and also why people are moving towards Python? So what is the reason behind that means? So basically, Python is having simple syntax and straightforward code, and there is no complex syntax, and you need not to concentrate on Python script more because it's a straightforward, everybody can understand. Because of this reason, it's not became a popular. The main reason was it's provide completely huge standard library. That is the main reason, one of the key reason why Python became a popular and so oftenly used language in everywhere, means it's provide completely huge standard library. Libraries means it's completely pre-defined classes and along with methods. So in each and every aspect of application, so once we download Python software and install, you will get plenty of libraries. Directly you can able to use it and you can implement your application code. So once the libraries are available, so no need to write the code from scratch. You can able to reuse that libraries and you can inject that libraries to your application. and you can use that stuff from there. So no need to write code from scratch. That is the big advantage of Python. And moreover, the advantage of Python is completely cross-platform as well as platform independent also. It can run on any platform. So that means it's a portable language. We can migrate from one platform to another platform easily. And moreover, the libraries which will come in the context of different applications. So the person who wants to develop data science or data analysis, they can get libraries like Pandas, Matplotlib, NumPy. These also I'm going to cover in the end of the session of Python. So Pandas for data analysis purpose and Matplotlib is for visualization purpose. Pandas and Matplotlib are developed on top of NumPy. So NumPy is also one of the part of our session. And data science or data analysis application purpose also, they are providing completely libraries and even statistical analysis and machine learning, artificial intelligence and network programming, and also business applications, gaming applications, and many more applications we can develop using Python. For all the applications, Python supports built-in libraries. So that's the reason the programmer choice obviously to build their application quickly without interacting with a lot of code. Directly they can collect the stuff from Python libraries. So that's the reason Python became a popular language in every projects or in every technologies. Python contribution is there nowadays. So that's the reason. So Python is a simple and straightforward, and it's provide completely huge standard libraries. Because of this reason only, Python became a popular language, one of the first choice as a programmer in reality. Now coming to this, Python is what type of language is? Python is a general purpose. So everybody knows that what is meaning of general purpose. So general purpose means it's not a specific language which can be used to design for specific type of application. It's completely general purpose. This can be designed for develop any type of applications, not only specific. Like using Python, we can develop web applications, standalone applications, and desktop GUI applications, and gaming applications, and data analysis applications, and many more. So it's not designed for only specific point of scale. It is going to use it to develop complete different types of application. That is the meaning of general purpose programming language. And coming to this, Python is a high-level programming language. Meaning is, as a Python programmer, while writing Python logic, so we need not to concentrate on low-level activities. That means memory management and security. All these things built in available in Python. So Python will take care internally for the memory management with the help of garbage collector and security with code access security. So it takes care everything. You need not to contribute from your side. So no need to concentrate on low-level activities because it's a high-level programming language. And coming to this, Python is interpreted programming language. Interpreter. So generally, whenever we go for like a C language or C++, even Java and C#.NET, so Java is both interpreter as well as compiler. But these are most of the cases like compiler only here, compiler based language. What is meaning of compiler based? It's a simple, when we write the code in these languages and the code will be compiled, whole program at a time will be checked and run. That is called compiler. But when it comes to Python, even JavaScript also, so it is interpreted language. Interpreter. Interpreted based means whenever we write the code in Python language, that code can be compiled, that code can be cross-verified or checked line by line only. So line by line code will check and execute. So that is called interpreted. Whole program at a time it will check and execute. That is called compiler. So Python is interpreted based. So that means how many number of lines you write in Python script. So each and every line separately will cross-verified and it will execute. So that's because of this reason, always Python execution speed is little bit slow when compared to these existing languages. but it doesn't mean that it is a drawback of Python, because it's a useful tool also. There is a debugging option is there in Python. So whenever your code is going to be run line by line, as a programmer, you can find out easily where the mistake is available. You can do that debugging of programming clearly while working with line by line code. So this is interpreted. That's the reason when we write huge number of lines of code in Python, so you don't recognize the number of errors which will be displayed in the output window every time. Only one error will be notified. So that is the reason is when Python start execution from the first line, if all the lines are correct, for example, imagine that line number 5, there is some problem. Immediately Python interpreter will stop the line number 5 code and it will show the error clearly on which line it's available and what type of error. So only one error you will notice because of it is interpreted only. So when it comes to these languages like C, C++, Java, C Sharp, .NET, these are all compiler based. How many lines you have written the code, whole lines will check and execute. That's what we notice in these languages, especially while working with these languages. Programmer will notice that multiple lines errors. Like if you face like 5 errors will display and with along with line numbers, and 10 errors, 20 errors. If there is no errors, obviously compiler will successfully generate the exe file. It will ready to execute now. But in Python, not like that. So it won't generate any exe here because it's an interpreter. So each and every line by line code will check and finally it is going to be executed. But it doesn't mean that there is no compilation in Python. So in Python, compilation also there, but as a programmer, we are not going to do compilation explicitly. Internally, interpreter will take care of that compilation line by line checking process. So this is about interpreted. It's a interpreted based. Even JavaScript also interpreted because JavaScript also same almost equally Python. So now coming to this, Python is dynamically typed programming language. Dynamically typed programming language. This feature is very useful feature for programmer side because in other languages, the programmer need to take care the data type at the time of writing the code. So now you can see statically typed these languages. Statically typed means at the time of declaring any variable, the syntax of declaring data type or variable in other languages, this is the common syntax, data type, then after that variable name equals to value, and then semicolon is ending with the statement, that's must. If you miss semicolon in other languages, so it will give error completely. Suppose here, this is my syntax. Int is data type I declared as a programmer because my value is 10. So I have to know that this value based data type. So if this value is float, I can't say that it is an integer, so it will give error. So I can have, I should have the clarity about this data type and variables clearly. This variable data type, what I need to do. So that's what here it is statically typed. Means at the time of writing the code, you need to decide the data type of the variable based on its value. But in Python, there is no problem at all. So it is a dynamically typed. No, dynamically means during the program execution. Statically means before execution. So dynamically typed language means in Python, no need to define any data type. Just we can say variable name equals to value and variable name is equal to value and 10 only. Even no need to give any termination symbol like semicolon because Python program automatically terminated once line is ended. Even if you include this semicolon also, it's not wrong in Python, it will accept it, no problem, but it's not required. So you can say this, I didn't mention any data type of the variable before declaring the variable. Even if you mention the data type of this variable like this, it will give clearly syntax error. It will not allow you to declare the data type from the programmer end because it's a dynamically typed. Based on its a value, data type will be decided. For example, I want to show you this one quick example. For this, I'm just opening a default editor that is called IDLE. Whenever we download and install Python software, you will get a default editor that is called IDLE, Integrated Development Learning Environment. You need not to worry. I'll discuss in next session clearly how to do Python setup from scratch what softwares are required, how to download and install it, and what is our complete editor. Throughout our sessions, we'll discuss in detail. But right now, I would like to show you a simple program. So how data type dealing. So ideally software I'm opening, this is the default editor. As soon as when we click on this ideally, so you'll notify this is ideally shell. This is editor tool. So in this editor, just I'm typing a is a variable equals to is operator and 10 is a value. So here you can see as soon as when we hit the enter, then automatically 10 will be assigned to A. Do you want to print A? No need to use print statement. It is optional to use here. Directly you can say A and enter. You got this value clearly. And you can see if I declare int A equals to 10, this is wrong. In Python, so dynamically data type will decide for the variable, so that is integer, but we have mentioned integer from our side, that is not correct. So integer invalid syntax it is. So if I go for this value A and A is printing, but I want to know that which data type is assigned for my variable. So if you want to know that, just simply you can go for type function. Type is a built-in function in Python to know which data type is assigned for your variable. It's a class type integer type. And even if I declare the A is 23.4 and A is printing and type of A is what actually float type. So like this, based on the value, data type will decide internally. So we need not to specify any data type in Python. Only you should focus on the value which you want to assign to them. Then that value, based on its value, Python interpreter will decide the type of variable only. Okay, so this is one of the advantage. So you need to focus on only values and variables. No need to think about data types. Okay, so but it doesn't mean that Python do not have any data types. Lots of data types are there, like int, float, bool, complex, and even more sequence or collection data structures are there: string, list, tuple, set, dictionary, range, and so on. So a lot of data types are there here clearly. Okay, so we'll discuss that data structures also in our upcoming session. So now you can see dynamically typed. Okay, now coming to this, Python is case sensitive programming language. Case sensitive means how the way you declare the variables and the function names or class name, any names, same way how to access, you cannot able to access different way. For example, if I declare a value 10, then I can access that through print function a only, but I cannot able to access this with capital letter A because it's a case sensitive. What the variable you declare, like name of the variable or name of the function, name of the class, how the way you declare, same way how to access. If you access in different way, it won't work out. So ultimately, Python is a general purpose, high level, interpreted, dynamically typed, and case sensitive programming language. What type of language means? Now, coming to this, why Python? Why not other language? Just now I discussed clearly, Python provides a flexible way to write the code when compared to other existing languages. And moreover, Python syntaxes are very simple and straightforward. There is no complex syntax. And also, Python provides lots of built-in libraries, which will make programmer task will be easy. So you can able to write the code directly by using that libraries. And imagine that when compared to other programming languages, so for example, if you want to display some output on the screen like hello world or welcome to something like that, if you want to display some single line output statements onto the screen, if you go through Java or C++, at least minimum you need to write 4 or 5 lines of code because the structure is like that only in those languages. If you go for Java, first we need to import packages, and after that you have to declare the class, public class, class name, and let open bracket, close brackets are there, and public static void main. So many things are there. For example, you can see this Java language. So I'm including one class like public class name is what we can say, just class name I can use, and open bracket, close bracket. This is very simple, straightforward structure also, but somewhat complex because every time you have to follow these rules and regulations. If you miss any brackets or semicolon or something, so it will give error something. String, square bracket, arcs, then open and close. Finally, if you want to display any statement, system.out.println, I can say hello. This is the code actually in Java. But here in Python, need not to write these many lines of code. Almost same lines you can write in C# as well as C language also. But in Python, not required to write these many lines. In Python, simply if you want to display hello, then just use print statement. Print is a function. You can say that hello, that's all. So one line is the matter. So easily you can able to manage the code clearly, sir. Okay, this is what hello statements we print in Python programming straightforward. But how that manage? Yes, it's an interpreted language. No class is required, no method is required, no object is required. But here line by line code will check whatever the lines are stated. Now you can see this line automatically will execute. Yeah, please go ahead. Your question, any question?
So when you write the code, is it necessary to write the bracket and then a semicolon?
Not
Or
required.
we can just...
See, the thing is here, if I use semicolon, it's not required here. Here brackets are required here when we go for some PyCharm editor or other editor. But whenever we go for some ideally platform, so now you can see here, no need to use any print. Directly you can go for hello, or else you can write like print function also we can use like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you manually type the bracket open and bracket close?
Yes, I am manually typing because it's ideally. So brackets will not come by default. There is no IntelliSense option. That's what I suggest you in our upcoming session. Also, I'll introduce so many editors. In that, I'll go for right editor like PyCharm editor. Then we go for PyCharm editor and everything will become in the IntelliSense like suggestion. So you need not to worry about where we should use capital letter and small letters and brackets. Automatically, it will capture from IntelliSense. But here, no IntelliSense. So automatically you have to take care how to write your program with spelling mistake. Even you can see when I try to write something P capital and hello, I can say, I don't notice that here error until we execute the program. So when we execute the program, error is noticed here. So P letter capital, did you mean print? Yes, I mean print only. But this type of things will not be available in upcoming editors like PyCharm editor I'll introduce. No, there don't be any problem like this.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I strongly recommend to use a proper editor and professional editor, which is exclusively designed for Python. So that will be recommended in the initial stage of Python learning. So if you know already how to manage the syntax and Python script and well, then you can go through any editor. Even you can write a code in Notepad, Notepad++, any editor you can use. Because if you go through Notepad and Notepad++, even ideally platform editor tool, there don't be any IntelliSense and there is no recognition tools are there. That means what programmer is expecting, it won't populate you. So that is the big problem in the initial stage of learning Python. So what I suggest you, better to use PyCharm editor, which I'm going to continue all my lectures, including Django, REST, Flask, UI, everything will be covered in PyCharm editor only. That I'll introduce in tomorrow. So I'll show you installation steps and all. You can compare with which editor is best. What use your comfort, you can go through that.
Okay, thank you.
So this is why Python means it's straightforward syntax and easy, simple syntaxes are there. And that's what we preferred Python here. So in Python, there are huge standard libraries are there, which may not available for fulfilling any application type in other languages. That's the reason people are moving towards Python for make their applications are properly and quickly development process is possible with Python only. And now I'm going to discuss a small history of Python. So Python was designed and developed by Guido van Rossum. He's the man who invented Python. And in the year of 1989, the first version of Python was released in the year of 1991. So this is the first version in the year 1991. The version number is 0.9.0. And later The versions are like 1.x, 2.x, 3.x. X means there is a lot of subversions are there. There are a lot of subversions. So now you can see 1.1, 2, 3, and so on like that, 2.1, 2, 3, and so on, 3.1, 2, 3, and so on. So I've given clearly this all version in my PDF actually. So you can able to find that PDF attachment once we send this. So now you can see, let me open the PDF so that you can get clear idea. And even versioning is main version, you can just remember, remaining versions are not required. So these are the versioning clearly, which I mentioned in my documentation. So look, these ones. These are all subversions, but not required to remember all these versions. Main versions are, this is 0.9.0 and 1.0, 2.0. Right now we are in third version, and the current stable version is 3.11.0. How do you know that current version, stable version means? So you can visit this official website, that Python.org, so that you will come to know what is the current stable version. Right now, Python 3.11. So Python was designed and developed by Guido van Rossum. He is the man who invented Python in the year of 1989. The first version of Python was released in the year of 1991. The current stable version is 3.11.0, 1.0. And you can see, visit this official website also. Simply you can go to Google and open this what we can say, tab. Let me go to Google and download Python. You can search simply. Yeah. So you will be able to see this official website, python.org. Now you can see this is latest version, download Python 3.11.0. And if you want to download this current stable version, click on it. And also, if you are looking for old versions, you can scroll down. You'll be able to find the plenty of old versions here. So each version you want to work on that version, you can click on download and you can use it. So we are using latest version only, 3.11.0 in. And moreover, Python is completely cross-platform, as I said, which will be run on Windows, Linux, Unix, macOS, and others. So if you want, you can download and install it quickly. So it's not a big deal to download here. It is only 1 minute of time. I'll show you complete downloading and installation process and set up everything in tomorrow's session clearly. And now, this is the versioning. And now, why Python? We can call it as this programming language. Why we can call it as Python? Actually, the author, the name Python was selected from TV show. There was a TV show which was broadcasted in BBC channel at the time of writing script of Python language. That TV show name is called the Monty Python Circus Show. So the author was selected a name Python from this show, and he has given working title of his programming language called Python. That's what we are calling Python. And mostly the author developed Python language by taking all programming features from different languages. For example, programming features from C and object-oriented programming features from C++ and scripting language features from Perl and Shell script and modular programming features from Modular 3. So finally, he created a functional-oriented language, object-oriented language, structured-oriented language, that is Python. That means Python supports a lot of data structures. We need to discuss that also. And Python supports a lot of functions, then functional-oriented also. That means it will be provide reusability. If any programming language functional-oriented, that means reusability is possible. So we can able to reuse the code without rewriting the code. So the main point is Python. We cannot repeat the code. We can use the code. That means we can able to reuse the code. We cannot repeat the code. That is the matter. So instead of repeat the code, we can reuse the code. How we can reuse? Using functions and using object-oriented programming. In both cases, we can able to reuse the code. But functions through we can reuse the code, but scope is limited. Why? Because inside the function, how much code you write, that code you can able to reuse it. But in object-oriented programming, There is a lot of scope is there inside the total class, how many number of functions we created. That class completely can be reused through inheritance concept. In inheritance, the parent and child class generally will be created. In the parent class, whatever we have implementation, that's by default will applicable to child. That is inheritance rule. We'll talk about that in detail in object-oriented programming, that means in advanced Python. So this is official website of python.org. This is, if you can download any version, you can able to download from this official website clearly. Now coming to this application area of Python. So generally, this Python language, through which type of applications we can develop generally. Application area of Python. So what are the general applications we can develop? So we can develop standalone or desktop applications using Python. We can develop standalone or desktop. Standalone or desktop application means once we design and develop the application using Python, so the application in which mission you install over there, that mission only it will be run. You cannot able to run on multiple devices, and also we cannot able to exchange the information from one system to another system. We cannot able to share the data or communicate. So this is fixed with only one particular system or one particular computer. This type of applications are standalone or desktop. But in standalone or desktop, there are two types of applications are there. One is console application. This means CUI, this command user interface or character user interface, CUI. Command user interface or character user interface, we can say that. This is CUI based. That means as a programmer, we need to deal with every time characters only. Your input should be in the form of characters and output also will come in the form of characters. And moreover, using Python, we can develop desktop GUI also, graphical user interface. This is, that means Windows calculator is the example of graphical user interface application. Meaning is, as soon as when we open Windows calculator, you can see this is Microsoft related. Okay, but you can, even in Python, we can develop this kind of application. This is completely GUI scenario. So there are some buttons are available and text boxes available. We are interacting with this form. This is called GUI mode, graphically well designed. This type of applications are desktop GUI, and even this is graphically designed, but it's not a distributed application. Still, it is a standalone. Only we can install in particular device. On that particular device, this type of applications can be work, like gaming application, most of the cases. Okay. And coming to this, using Python, we can develop web application. This is our main motto in Django point of view. Web application means these are all also called as online or distributed applications. Distributed applications. These applications can be provide services over the web. The application which will provide the services over the web is called web application. And for web application, you need not install any software. Directly, once we have a web address, you can go and type in the URL, automatically internet through, it will open. So all the applications, web applications are available to all users or all customers over the world. So around the globe, we can able to access these web applications. This type of web application also we can develop using Python, but only Python. It's not possible to build web applications. As you know that Django framework are required or Flask framework is required along with Python. Django is one of the popular framework, especially which is written in Python. It can be used to develop web applications. And Flask is also one of the popular micro framework which can be used to develop single page applications with Python only. And coming to this, not only web applications and network programming also we can write by using Python. See, before Python, most of the network developers were used C++ for their scripting and coding for managing that route configuration, all those things. But nowadays, these network programmers also are moving towards Python because they'll manage their code easily with Python built-in libraries. So next, testing. Testing application also we can build. So nowadays testing Selenium, QTP, WinRunner, so many tools are there, automation tools in testing. They are asking to write Python script for writing test cases. Previously, they were used a programming language called Java as well as C# for writing test cases for automation. But nowadays, they are also looking forward Python test cases along with Selenium, all the things. In testing application also, Python can be used. And also we can develop very faster rate application is possible. That is gaming applications we can develop quickly using Python because a lot of gaming libraries are there. And Python became a popular language for especially in this area only nowadays, data analysis, or we can call it as data science. So majority of the people are using Python script in the analysis programming and data science programming. Those who are looking forward for data analysis and data science, please try to concentrate more on data structures of Python, which I'm going to cover in our upcoming session, and data types and data structures. These data structures will play the important role in analysis part and visualization part in your case. So those who are looking forward for data analysis or data science programming after learning Python. And then Python also can be used in AI, artificial intelligence, and now ML, machine learning, and also deep learning. And also we can say Python through we can develop a business applications. If one of the client came with business applications according to their business needs, you can collect the requirements from them. You can also fulfill that requirements by using Python with Django or any framework also clearly. So this is the basic area, application area of Python, and lot more also we can do this. So web applications, network programming, testing, gaming, analysis, and data science, artificial intelligence, ML, DL, business applications, and many more are here. So this is exactly application area of Python development. Like means using Python, we can develop these applications clearly. And some important basic features also I'm going to discuss. So after that, we'll begin with the installation setup, mostly in tomorrow. So let's go for Python features. So as I said that Python is a simple and easy to learn. This is one of the basic feature, simple and easy to learn. So Python is a simple programming language. So when we compared with other existing programming language or C++, we will write less number of lines of code. That means it's more readability and simplicity. We can reduce development of cost of the project also, because quickly we can finish the Python code compared to other existing language. And other feature is Python is completely free and open source. Free and open source. The code of Python is completely open to all. So you can visit official website python.org. You can read the documentation clearly. If you can understand, you can get the code from there and you can implement into your code. It's a free open source code, and software is completely free software. You need not to do any license and you need not to pay to anyone. Directly you can visit python.org and you can get that software from there and install it and use your logics. So free and open source completely. So it's an open source so that we can customize the source code which is collected from the official website or Git repository from anywhere. Vast community is there. So based on your requirement, we can able to customize the code also. As I said that Python is cross-platform or platform independent. This is another feature, platform independent. So cross-platform or platform independent means, so Python can be able to run on any operating system like Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and any more. So it's a cross-platform. So it is not fixed with only Windows operating system. It can be run on any platform easily. So, and moreover, Python programs are completely portable. So that means portability in nature, portability. That means we can migrate from one platform to another platform easily. So platform independent also, like once we write Python program, it can run on any platform without rewriting the code again and again. Because internally, PVM is there, that is Python virtual mission, which will take responsibility to convert mission understandable format clearly. And Python programs are portable. That means we can migrate from one platform to another platform very easily. So even after shifting the platform to another platform, the result what we get from other platforms, same result we will get same other platform also clearly. So what we received the result from existing platform, same result you are expecting to other platform, result will not be changed. That is accurate result. Okay, that's called portability in nature, Python programs by default. And as I said that it is a dynamically typed language. That means no need to specify any data type. So data type will decide internally based on your value, what we assign to the variables. But in other languages like Java, C, C++, that are statically typed languages, then we have to provide that data type at the beginning only. That means at the time of writing the code. And coming to this, Python is having both procedure oriented and object oriented. This is also important, sir. Procedure oriented and object oriented. Python language supports both procedure oriented like C, Pascal, etc. How they are having procedures, and object oriented like C++, Java, C#, .NET. All features also there in Python. So we can get benefits like security and reusability. Everything is there in Python. And as I said that Python is completely extensible language. Yes, sir. Yeah. Extensible. Extensible means we can use other language programs in Python. That means if you want to use that C language code or Java code or .NET code, you can also extend with Python. The main advantage of this extensibility feature is we can use already existing non-Python code into Python so that we can improve the performance of the application. Because you feel that which I have written already C language, then I can rewrite, I need to rewrite into Python. That's not required. Directly we can able to extend that. That purpose we need to use some flavors like C programmers, they'll use some flavor called C Python, and Java programmers, they'll use flavor called J Python, and .NET programmers usually use Iron Python flavors. Use these flavors into their editors, then they can able to develop the code and they can integrate with Python. It's possible here. Extensibility is possible here. And Python is having huge standard library. This is one of the topmost feature. Because of this only, Python became a popular language. This is huge standard library. So that means once Python, if you download and install, you will get a lot of libraries. So Python has a rich in built-in libraries. Being a programmer, we can use these libraries directly and we are not required to write any code from scratch or functionality. Directly, all the functionalities predefined and pre-implemented that will come directly and you can use it and enjoy your code. So this is exactly basic and important features of Python. So these are the features and application area of Python and the versioning of Python. Which version we are going to looking forward in our session means Python 3.11.0, and we will discuss what new features are there in this 3.11.0 also. What was the previous version features? So python.org is the official website. If you want to download any version of Python, then you can visit this official website and get it the software clearly. And this is the small story of Python and what type of language it is Python we discuss in detail. So this is the basic idea of Python which we make. So next in tomorrow's session, we will go for making setup of Python. For example, you are new to completely Python. So how we can start the programming part in your system. I will assist you clearly. So step-by-step process. Those who wants to continue my lectures from tomorrow's session, don't miss tomorrow's session at least, because you will come to know a clear picture in tomorrow what softwares are required and how to make setup of that. And I'm going to introduce tomorrow a lot of editors and lot of possible ways to write Python script. Finally, we will fix with one possible way and which is always good for beginners, that is PyCharm editor through. I'll continue my lectures so that you will get idea what are the possible ways to write Python script, how many sources are there. and which source is the best source for your practice. So we will come to know in tomorrow. So I request you, please join tomorrow. Those who really wish to continue my lectures, don't skip tomorrow's session at least, because tomorrow is the important session. You can understand that downloading software and installation of software and making full-fledged setup of Python. Once you know how to make setup, it will be easy to handle in further session programming. So that's all from my side today. If you have any question, you can feel free to ask me now. I'll wait here for 10 minutes.
Hi, can we completely uninstall Python using pip, or is that only we have to delete that folder?
No, the thing is, what the way you install, are you installed, did you install system environment or virtual environment is the matter?
It's system environment only. I installed through pip install.
No problem. Let it keep. Why you need to uninstall?
No, I have two versions. One is 2.4 and the 3. So this PyCharm is having a clash on which to choose.
No, that's what I'm saying. First, actually, whenever you go to directly command prompt and check version like Python space --- version, then you can notice that which version is populating. That is system environment version might be, which is going to take first. And if you have any separate virtual environment, you can go to that environment, you can use that environment. That's what actually virtual environment purpose is, that is only.
Okay, so basically you mean to say we create a virtual environment on 3.x and we can point out PyCharm to that virtual environment and we can continue executing our script.
Yes. On that environment, which version you have installed, then that version will be impact on your project. So that's what programmers might be create different virtual environments to work on different style of coding. So that is virtual environment is actually.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So generally, when we go to command prompt and check the version, then on system environment, what version you install, that will be shown. That it's not going to show in virtual environment. If you want to check the versioning onto particular environment, then what we need to do, you have to move to that environment. After that, then you can check the version. That version will be display clear.
Okay.
Can you repeat point number 7 and 8, please? The features of Python.
7 is an extensible. That means what actually we can able to use other language code also, like C language or C++ or Java with Python.
Okay.
And line number 8 is it's a standard libraries. That means libraries means it's a collection of predefined stuff. So already pre-designed. This we can say straight away ready-made resources. These are all. That means already resources are available, which will be installed in your computer. That resources we can able to directly use in your Python code by importing that libraries.
Okay.
Suppose if you want to develop any game application, gaming libraries you can write on the top of the code. All gaming library stuff and functions, everything will come to your program. You can directly use that functions. If not, libraries available, what we need to do, we need to develop from scratch everything. That's big headache. Yeah.
And you said something .NET program iron. What is that?
Tell me.
You said .NET or something like you said .NET program then
that's what
I didn't get that.
The reason is extensible means we can able to extend the other language code into Python. Like C programmers generally use the flavor called C Python flavor, which they want to write Python related code. And Java programmers, they'll use the flavor called JPython, which is related to Java related type of code they'll write and extends with Python only. And same .NET programmers, Microsoft .NET is one of the famous tool. That framework also is useful. They'll use Iron Python flavor for writing Python.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. Means after completing the course, we are going to do some projects so we can have a hands-on on the project.
Obviously, that project all we are going to deal with the Django with respect of REST API, all these things.
It will be real time, right?
Yes, real time in the sense, no real time. The word we cannot use real time, but majority of the people will get confused. The real time in the sense, really, if you have a client or you're doing a project for client, then that is called real time. But we will say hands-on project means we can take or we can create our own requirements and we can fulfill that requirements in the process of writing our own code. That is called hands-on project. That is project real-time knowledge.
Okay, and it would be only a cut operation, or apart from cut operation we are looking for, we will do.
No. CRUD operations, it's a very common and everywhere it is possible. In our sessions, multiple ways CRUD operations will do. It doesn't make sense that is a project, but project is different actually. CRUD operation is different.
Okay, thank you.
I have a last question. Can you repeat that point number 5, features of Python?
Sure, that is 5. Numbers of dynamically typed. As I said, that dynamically typed means in Python, so no need to define the variable, data type in this variable declaration. So it's automatically assigned the data type for A. So it's a dynamically typed. So int A is not valid for the Python because it's a dynamically typed. Dynamically means at the time of program execution, data type will assign for a variable. So no need to specify any data type at the time of declaring variable, as I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, one more question. By what time we can finish code and advanced Python?
It takes 45 days to 50 days, as I said, only if you enroll for the Python core and advanced, 45 days to 50 days exactly. And only full stack development, like including Django, REST, as well as Flask and UI, MySQL, all these things, it will take 4 to 4.5 months maximum.
So are we getting the exercise like every day to practice the Python?
Obviously, exercise will every day will give. Once I start coding part, mostly after 1 or 2 days, then whenever I start the coding part, so from there onwards, topic wise exercise programs I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, and overall program will be finished, I think, around 4 to 5 minutes, right?
4 to?
Overall our program means from Python to all things means all over, I think all full stack program will be finished in 4 to 5 months, right?
5 months. Exactly.
Yeah.
So Mohan sir, will you be talking about connecting Python to database, extracting information from database and processing it?
Obviously, we are going to deal with here in Python, MySQL, as well as MS SQL, Microsoft SQL Server.
Okay. Same thing with Django, sir. I mean, Django and Flask, you do similar ones, or?
No, Django is actually Django. We'll use MySQL as well as SQL Lite also. But apart from that, in Django, actually we are not going to interfere with the database. The reason is Django is built-in ORM tool is there, object relational mapper. Completely, you can write Python classes, Python code through. We can generate a table actually.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, sir, thank you.
In the Flask, there is no ORM tool, but we use database kind of things like same ORM only act, that is SQL Alchemy there is, that we can use in Flask.
So, and also I see Django APIs and like it's a full web development, I guess, sir. Correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mohan.
You are attending my Django 9 p.m. right, Krishna?
Yeah. So because I attended that, I liked your style, sir. Because you know what, you were covering that certain part, but I also want to make sure that I'm very clear on the Python too, right? Because Python is very much needed for Django and anything you do, right?
Obviously, so that's what I said. Python is the main subject which you can deal with all these remaining subject like Django, REST, Flask, all this.
Yeah, because without knowing the in-depth Python, I don't think so. You can be a good front-end developer in Django. I don't believe so.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, did you in this course?
What can you repeat it?
Sir, do you cover pandas and numpy in this course?
Surely, pandas, as I said, that pandas and matplotlib and with numpy with CSV files, comma separated values, XLC dealing, that we can cover in advanced Python.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So that's all for now from my side. It's time to leave. So if you really wish to continue this lecture, don't skip tomorrow at least, because tomorrow is the main setup of Python software. After that, we will start writing code. This is the next session is the crucial for everyone. So you will understand that what Python setup, how to do it, and what software editors I'm going to use, which is the best one, which is I'm going to recommend in tomorrow's session. Then that editor through only I'm going to collect all lectures of Python, Django, Flask, and other things. I hope I'll also you to install same thing, so it will be better. Otherwise, you can go through any editor where you comfort what you comfort. So you will come to know in tomorrow's session that. So that's all from my side. Have a nice time. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Mohan.
Yeah, tell me.
Mohan, one quick question. So we were talking about what we would be seeing in the Python, right? Like in the advanced Python. So will we be also learning about streaming, like streaming, or I would say parallel threading?
Multi-threading we will discuss. Multi-threading.
Multi-threading.
Yeah. There is a topic that is big topic in Python Advanced.
Okay.
So how to prepare threads and thread synchronization and all those things. Multiple tasks we can do, process-based and thread-based. All these things are there.
Okay, we have it in our syllabus, right?
Sure.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
So let's begin today's session. And before I start today's session, so let me explain. In the last two sessions, I just conducted basic sessions like introduction to Python full stack development and each and every subject in detail and what is the purpose of that subject. And also we discussed application area of Python and features of Python. Now it's time to make setup of Python step by step. We'll discuss in detail today. Today complete lecture is how to do setup of Python, to write the code and to build the application. So what software tools are required, how to proceed, we'll discuss now. So installation steps I'm showing, but before that installation step, so you just check in your computer whether Python software is already installed or not. Even if it is installed already, then which version of Python is there. If you want to check, then you can go through simply one simple command prompt. You can go to command prompt. There you just type a simple command called Python space hyphen version. So this command will bring clearly that which version is available if you have a Python software in your computer. If you don't have, simply it can say Python was not recognized. That indicates that you don't have any Python software. You need to install it. But in my mission, so already I have installed Python software. So that's what we are getting, the version Python 3.11.0. It's a current stable and latest version. But I want to uninstall this one because of I need to show you clearly step by step how to install this software. To do this, just go to control panel. So let's go to uninstall this program. Yes, uninstallation is progress now. So and making setup of Python is very simple. It won't take much more time. So hardly total software setup will be in 2 to 3 minutes only. So let it be uninstall it. After that, we will show you how to download and install Python software. And one more important thing I want to tell you, whatever the editor you are going to prefer to use, no matter, you can use it. But before that, I strongly recommend to install this Python software. So without Python software installation, so don't go with any editor tool like Edit Place, even Notepad, Jupyter, Spider, Atom, and PyCharm. Okay, Visual Studio Code like this. These are the editors, and many more editors are there. But I can strongly recommend to use a proper editor that is called PyCharm, or else if you ask me to, second option of apart from PyCharm means I can say VS Code, that is Visual Studio Code. You can also do it. So that's also good editor for Python beginners. So it will be easy to handle it. As I said that NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib already I said in the last session. I'll cover clearly that. Okay, yeah. So now ready to uninstall it is. So there is no Python software in this computer right now. Even you can go and check out in command prompt also. So there you don't find any Python software version. So it's doing some uninstallation process. So because I need to show you clearly step by step how to do installation again. Yes, so completely uninstallation is over. Even just for confirmation, you can go to command prompt back and simply type Python space -- version. So you see now, previously it was Python 3.11.0. Now this time it is what actually, there is no Python software. Python was not found. You can also use Anaconda distribution. Whenever we install Anaconda distribution, there was a lot of editors tools will come like Jupyter, Spider, VS Code also integrated with Anaconda distribution. No problem, that will also work fine. But most of the data analysis and data science programmers will use Jupyter and Spider editors for writing Python script while doing their data analysis concept only. But for pure Python developers, will prefer to use VS Code or else PyCharm editor because a lot of frameworks also built in integrated in that, so they can easily work with that. Right now in my computer, there is no Python software. So let's try to download and install. To download and install Python software, simply you can go to Google and download Python. You'll be able to navigate to python.org. So this is the latest version which I'm using. Download Python 3.11. Now you can see here, downloaded successfully done. Once downloaded completely, so you can go to download folder in your computer. So just this is the .exe file, Python 3.11.0. Just double click on it. So now here we can just concentrate a bit more. So I strongly recommend to do this install now. But before installation now, so I strongly recommend to add this checkbox, activate this checkbox, add python.exe to path. So if you forgot this, so after writing Python script, so you may not pass the commands to the operating system for executing your Python code. So even if you forgot here in this case, if you didn't activate this python.exe, later also we can do manually, but don't forget to do this. You can activate this checkbox after activation of this checkbox, like add python.exe to path. So click on install now and say yes and wait for few seconds. So your Python software is ready. It's a simple and lightweight software it is. And this is the first step you have to do. no matter what editor you are going to use later. So this is the first step which I recommend to you. So whenever you do this Python installation, you will get complete libraries and supportive files, and all the things will come, and then later you can use the editor and we can able to do your coding part clearly. Yeah, you can. I have Windows operating system 11, so even you can also do installation in any operating system clearly. So now you can see setup was successfully done. Let's close this, and now you can also check whether it is available or not. Go to command prompt, and now you can check this version again. Python space ---- version. So we got this version back. So this is this software, Python software installation. Fine. But after installation, now it's time to discuss about how many possible ways to write Python code and execute. So here I'm trying to say that different ways to write Python code and run. Option number 1, first option, using interactive window or interactive mode. Option number 2, using script mode. Option number 3, using Python IDLE platform, integrated development learning environment. Option number 4, which I'm going to use continuously in my lectures, using PyCharm editor. Yes. So these 4 options I'm going to show you. Finally, I'll fix with this PyCharm editor. So complete in upcoming sessions also, we will use this PyCharm editor for all the frameworks and UI technologies and even databases also. Everything I can write the code in this editor only. So the advantage is there in this PyCharm editor because there is some PyCharm editor is fully equipped with a graphical interface so that it is easy to write the code and manage the code and files and folders also. But apart from this PyCharm editor, you can also use Visual Studio Code, Jupyter, Spider, any Atom, so any other editors also, like even NetBeans, Eclipse, MyEclipse, EditPlus, Notepad++, Sublime Text Editor. Lot of editors are there. You can go to it. But I recommend exclusive editors for Python, that is IDLE or PyCharm. Even VS Code also somewhat better. But what is the problem with writing code in interactive window and script window and also Python IDLE means there is no IntelliSense, and if you don't aware of Python syntax and rules and regulations, so you may trouble first in the initial stage of writing code. So that's what I recommend PyCharm editor to what we can say, manage the code easily in the initial stage without getting any confusion, without facing many errors. So first we'll talk about interactive mode. But one more important thing, when we install Python software, by default, you will get one editor tool. That editor tool is called IDLE, Integrated Development Learning Environment. So this IDLE will be available by default along with Python software once we install. So first we'll try to go with interactive mode. So interactive mode in the sense, so look at this. Once we install successfully Python software, just go to search and type in the search box IDLE software. Like IDLE means Integrated Development Learning Environment. You just click on this. So you'll be able to open one interactive shell window. This window is called interactive window. So you can interact with this window by pausing your Python statements. And as soon as when we enter that, hit the enter button, automatically you will get some output, whatever you mentioned the code above. So just interact with this window by giving your statements, Python statements, and press enter. You will get clearly output clearly immediately. So you need not to write the script from the complete script and save it anywhere. So directly you can just go to interactive window. So there we can type. So what the way you want, you can write the code and press enter automatically. So you will get output clearly, sir. This is one of the interactive window. Let's open interactive window here. Just a moment. Yes. Yes, now you can see this is interactive window. So in this interactive window, some basic commands also there. Do you want to read the copyright information? You can read this copyright information like this. And also you want to read that license information. So you can also read license information like this. So you'll get complete license information. Okay, so this is what actually total information, but this information I don't need. So that's what I'm trying to do. Just I'm going to open again. So now you can see you can write this code here, whatever the way you want. So I would like to say that hello Hyderabad. So this is my statement, but you can see this, I'm not using any print function here to print the statement onto the output screen. Just press enter, you got your output. Or else you can also use print statement, print function. I can say this print hello. So usage print function is optional in this interactive window, because whatever you are giving these lines or commands, so by default the statements will be considered as output statements. Suppose a value 10, so this is just variable declaration. B value 20, one more variable. If you want to add two numbers, it's a simple process, a plus b, you can do it. There is no print and all. And as I said that in my previous lecture, Python is a dynamically typed language. So that's what, no need to specify any data type explicitly as from the programmer end. Even if you declare any data type also here for this variable, so it will give syntax error. According to Python syntax, it's wrong. Because internally, based on the type of value what you mention here, Python interpreter will decide the data type of this variable A. So only you just focus on value assignment to the variable. And if you want, you can print it forever for your curiosity. If you want to know that which type of data type is assigned for your variable A, then you can mention type of A. Its a type is what? Integer type. Like this, you can write the code by interacting with this window. So this is interactive mode. So do you want to continue this coding style? You can also do it, but sometimes, so very basic inputs and basic code is we can able to manage easily here. But in the advanced Python, we will deal with so many classes and objects, and we need to create the class and implement the constructors and methods, and we need to create object for the class. We need to call that, everything calling process, initialization process, somewhat little bit tricky in this window, interactive window, managing the code. It's possible, but somewhat little bit tricky. You have to take care proper indentation levels. And moreover, while typing the code here in this interactive cell, there is no IntelliSense option is coming. So there is no suggestions. You should take your own risk to write the code, and without doing spelling mistakes or syntactical mistakes. You will not come to know that at the time of writing the code where the errors are there. So after execution only, you will notice the errors clearly. There again, you have to rectify the errors and save the code and run the code. So this is interactive window. Next, coming to this option number 2 is there, script mode. Means you can ready with your script like Python script, Python code, by writing any editor like Notepad or Notepad++, any editor you can use, not a matter, but you should be ready with your script. And after completion of writing your code, you must and should save your script with the .py file extension. .py indicates Python file it is. So this py file, you should ready with py file. Later, you can execute this py file whenever it is required. Let me open a plain Notepad text editor. So in this Notepad, just I'm writing simple code. Okay, I can say this is here, welcome to Durga Soft. Okay, this is my simple script. This is welcome to Durga Soft. So look at this. This is Notepad script, and this is not a Python file right now. So when it will become a Python file, you just click on file menu and save this. And now you can see I'm saving as per my convenience on desktop. So you can choose any location to save this file, but make sure that you must and should give the file name with the .py extension. I'm giving test.py and save it in my desktop. Let's close this, go to desktop location. Now you can see in desktop location, file is available here. Okay, you can see test.py file is available. This file is ready to execute now. Python file it is. So how do we execute this already readily available script file? There are two options again. Either you can go to command prompt for executing that, or else you can use the IDLE software. So integrated development learning environment. First, let me show you how to execute this test.py script file with command prompt. So let's go to command prompt. It's a normal operating system command prompt Windows, which is command prompt. Now, right now, we are in this C: users and computer name. But here my file is present in desktop. So you should move to desktop, CD space desktop, change the directory. Okay. So let me move to desktop. Hey, what's wrong with this?
I'm getting the same error as this.
No. Just a moment. We should not get this one. System cannot be found. Why? Let it be. Just a moment. Let's pause this. Python space test.py. Oh my God. Just a moment. We have to execute this file. That is Python file. Let me open this. This is unexpected issue from my side because it's a simple thing. We have to move to desktop, obviously. So let's see this whether I saved this Python file extension or not. Let's open again Notepad. And now let's write something. Print hello. And then save with the .py. Sample.py. In desktop, save it. It's not saved properly, I think so. Yeah, you can see this now. It's available file properly. So let's delete this one. Now sample.py is available right now. So sample.py is okay. Next, we can go to command prompt. So you can move to desktop here. Hey, what's wrong with this?
One doubt, like it should be come out of the, I mean, your Mohan account is there, right? It should come out of that, I think so.
Just a moment. It's there actually. That is by default account. But even we tried many times in my previous lectures. Why not? It has to go to desktop. Okay. So I can see that is by default. It is.
CD dot CD space dot.
Just a moment. Why it? Because this is the default folder for my side. It is account. So okay, no problem. Again, it is passing wrong statement. It's not moving to the desktop. There is a problem actually. Python space. Your file name is sample.py. No such folder or directory.
You are in the wrong directory, I think. So if you can list the directory, do you see your desktop there? Dir?
So now we can see this. This is actually official directory
Mohan,
which
so
I maintain.
go to the desktop folder, like in your computer, go to the desktop in your window for in the
Properties.
no, not here, as a folder. As a folder, can you navigate there? Go to your there. Go to click the desktop. Double click the desktop. Now copy that path and CD it.
Path directly desktop only here actually. So let's the movement. Okay, directly desktop. So this is not a issue because many times I tried, but it was came. Let's go for space desktop. There is no possibility. Okay, no problem. You just leave it to me. This one I'll rectify it my side, so it's not a big deal. But many times I did. Let's execute this one sample.py through ideally. So, but we can do it command prompt through also easily this file here. Why it is happening? I'm not finding this issue right now. So let's see this. So this script file is available right now. So let's go to Python ideally software. So in this, we can see we need to open the file because already we have a script file. Please mute your audio from your side. Yeah. Now we can see ideally software is open here. So click on file menu and open the file which we have already written and saved in desktop. So this is sample and open the file. Now you can see just a moment. So this is open here clearly. After this, you have to run this file. To run this file, simply go to run and simply run module. So hit this module, hello is coming in the output. That means every Python py file is act as a module. So that's what here, there is an option called on the top, Python run module only. You can see this run module, or else you can hit F5 key from your keyboard. So run module, we got this output in interactive shell again. This is one possible ways to write code and execute. That is, you should ready with your script and load that script into command prompt, or else you can say ideally. So let's go and check this once again. So let's prepare a notepad file once again. This is this file. Right now I'm preparing. So hello Hyderabad. I'm saving this in a different drive. So let's check with this, even it is moving on that drive or not. Let's test.py. In E drive, I'm placing this code and let's see this E drive. So in E drive, I placed this test.py. Let's go to command prompt now. So let's try with this because we're unable to move the desktop location due to some problem. So E drive I'm moving, then we are into E drive now. So our file is also available in E drive. To execute any Python script file, you should pass the Python command, Python space, your file name is test.py. Now we got the output clearly. Okay, same like we have to move to desktop and pass this command, or else simply py space test.py. Now it's okay, working fine. Okay.
So the
Tell.
Python test.py. Python, is it a file name? This one?
No, it's a command name. File
Okay,
name
it's a command.
file
Test,
name is
okay.
this one, test.py. And or else in a short form, you can try to say the command called py. Py indicates you are executing this Python file. So py space test.py also possible. So we got this output clearly. If you are ready with your script mode and if you want to execute that into command prompt, this is the procedure, or else you can open or load that file into ideally software clearly. There also we can able to run it. Now you can see this is using script mode .py extension. We have to save it, or else instead of writing code in interactive window, or else notepad directly. So you can also go to directly ideally. There only we can create a new Python file and write the code how much you want. and save that code and run that code in one platform. So no need to open any notepad and write the code and save it somewhere and go to the location and run that code. Not required. Directly you can visit ideally software, and there only we can able to create a new file. Let's go to ideally again. So there I can create a new file right now. So this is the ideally. As soon as when we open ideally platform, you'll be able to get this Python shell window. But I don't want to write this code in interactive window like shell window. So here I need to create a new file. Go to file menu, simply click on new file. In this new file, it will allow you to write some code. Any type of code you can write it. It's a simple way here. So just I'm trying to write a code for adding two numbers, but notice that there is no IntelliSense, nothing is coming. Everything we need to take carefully here while writing the script. No suggestion, nothing. After that, you must and should save this code, when only it will allow you to run. If you don't save and hit this run, it will ask you to save the source code first. So if you want save, you can save it. Okay. After okay, you can save this file into anywhere, a desktop or somewhere like that. So let's go to my location E drive. So I'm saving this file again E drive with a name called sample.py. So save it. After saving, it's directly running because I have hit that button, run button already before saving. So directly it is going to be execute that file, and it's bring the output like result is 30 here. So if you want to manage the code through this ideally directly without writing script in Notepad or without going command prompt and execute, you can also manage the code here only by creating new file and write the code and save it and run it. Everything you can manage the code here only in one platform. But I'll suggest you to go to proper editor. Apart from this, in my lectures, in coming lectures also, I'll not use any interactive shell or notepad script mode and Python ideally. No, I'm going to use always PyCharm editor, or else you can go through your own way where you comfort like Visual Studio Code, Jupyter, Spider, Atom, and many more tools. But look at this PyCharm editor is the uh, uh, complete GUI editor, graphical user interface facilities will be there, and easily we can able to edit the code and manage the code in PyCharm editor. But PyCharm editor you need to install explicitly. It will not come by default as soon as when we install Python software. But make sure that before installation of PyCharm editor or before configure the PyCharm editor, you should install Python software first. Then later you can go through PyCharm editor. So let's see this how we can go with PyCharm editor. But already in my computer, PyCharm editor also available, so that I can uninstall so that I can show you installation process again. So let's go to uninstall program, and I'll try to uninstall PyCharm community. We have PyCharm professional and PyCharm community also there. I'm not going to do an installation of PyCharm professional because it's having a lot of Django and Flask REST API batches are there in my upcoming sessions. I don't want to disturb them. So this I want to uninstall community edition, because community edition is quite enough to deal with core and advanced Python, and PyCharm professional editor is required but to deal with Django, REST, and Flask UI, all these things. So right now I am uninstalling PyCharm community edition from my computer, so that I will show you installation process step by step clearly how to do it. First, let it be uninstalled. Yes. Meanwhile, let me try this. Why it's not going to be happening? It's wondering.
So do we need to have the community version or the professional version?
Both are there in my computer because every day I used to handle many batches of Django, REST, and Python also. For Python, generally I use PyCharm community, and Django and REST and Flask purpose I use professional editor. So both are there in my computer.
Okay, so
You can maintain both. Yes. Now, right now, PyCharm editor is not available. So let's see this here. You can go to Google and simply download PyCharm. So PyCharm is completely designed and developed by JetBrains community. So jetbrains.com website you need to open. So download PyCharm. Yes, download PyCharm. Then you can see this. There is an official link is there. First link jetbrains.com here. So this JetBrains company prepared completely lot of editors, software editors, not only PyCharm, which is related to Python. So other editors also they're preparing every time. So they are going to offer a lot of proper editors for all the software courses. Now you can see we are looking this PyCharm professional editor, especially to deal with both scientific and web application Python development with HTML, JavaScript, and SQL support. You can download this exe, but it's a free 30-day trial version available. It's not full. After 30 days, you need to purchase, you need to take license from this JetBrains, but don't take any license. It's not required for us. So no problem. How to deal with, I will discuss in later sessions while working with professional in the context of Django, all these things, not required. And now coming to this community for pure Python development, then it's a free built on open source. I recommend to download this one, sir, because for our pure Python core and advanced development purpose, that's enough. And it's downloading now. So once it's download, so I have to install it, this PyCharm community also. So I'll show you quickly that. And in PyCharm editor, you need to create a separate project. So once you create a project, from there onwards, you can able to add many number of files into that project. So daily you can able to work with that project only. For every practice, every example, you need not to create a new project, and one project contains several Python files. Now,
And where we can collect the program which we have created it for each project.
Each project. So one project I'm suggesting you one project, and in that project that's already saved in your computer only. No? So it's a right now I'm installing this PyCharm community edition, which will be available always in your computer device. So the location also, it will ask you where you want to save the project and all. So every time you can go to that location, or else directly whenever we open PyCharm editor in your computer on recently what project on which we work, that project will be load automatically. So now coming to this PyCharm editor is ready. So PyCharm editor is ready to install it. So let's go to download folder and look at this PyCharm community, then double click on it simply. So you should say simply next, install it. That's it. No need to do anything. Next. So you can activate this checkbox. Do you want any shortcut key on desktop? Or you can update the environment variable path also for the operating system, and update context menu options if you want appear on the properly on the edit what we can say on the top of the project folder. Then you can use this, and .py extension you can activate this. All activation of this extension, then click on install now. That's it. You just wait a minute. So within 1 minute of time, your PyCharm community editor is ready. There we can able to create your Python files, and you can able to work easily in that location. And that advantage of PyCharm editor when compared to all other three options like interactive window, script window, and ideally means there is some intelligence, and rules and regulations clearly will be indicate and populate. So while writing the script, so as a programmer, we will notify all the errors clearly with underlined red squigglies. And also this is completely GUI mode, graphical user interface, and any code you can able to write, and framework code and language code and HTML code, everything we can manage in one window, that is one editor. So no need to go somewhere and no need to go somewhere and save with .py and come to the command prompt and execute like this. These are not required. So it will ask you to reboot now, but you can do reboot now later whenever you are doing installation. But I want to do manually reboot later. You just finish it. Now PyCharm editor is ready here. So let's open PyCharm editor, how it look like for the first time when we open PyCharm editor. So here I'm opening PyCharm editor. Look at this community edition only how to open. Let's click on this. And I'm not importing old settings. Look at this. This is the PyCharm community editor for the first time when we open. So you'll be able to see this window. In this window, it will ask you to create a new project, or do you have already existing projects? Then you can open it, or else you have a code from version control system. You can open it from there also. But I'm trying to create a new project at this moment. So click on this new project and just notice this here. It will ask you the location of the project from daily. Once we create a project, from where you want to save your files and folders and all these things. The location is very clearly, it says saying that C drive, users, and Python project like this only. But this is not correct location. I will not recommend to locate the C drive everything, because C drive is reserved for all softwares dealing, and that's what your files and folders, all these things we can strongly recommend to move to other folder. That's better. So I have already so many projects which we handle currently in E drive. Only Python related stuff is there in E drive. I'm selecting E drive, so that you can name it your project. So I'm giving Python full stack 7 a.m. is my project name. From now onwards, this is our project till the last session, Python full stack 7 a.m. But look at this, after giving the project, you need not to do anything. So simply you can see in the below, one button is there that is called create button. You can create it, and automatically it will create a new environment, that is virtual environment. Using it will create new environment. So what is the virtual environment actually here? The virtual environment is an isolation environment, which is going to create a separate environment for your project. That means later in your project, whatever the libraries you are trying to install or install, that impact will be there on your project only. It won't available that impact on your other projects which is available in your current system. So that's what it's always Python projects will create under the separate environment only, which is isolated from other environment. So after that, you just simply click on create button. So it takes bit time. For the first time, you can see creating virtual environment for your project. Updating interpreter, which is already available. So I'm loading the file, but by default, for the first time when we create Python project, so it's available, but look at this, the look and feel of PyCharm editor is this one, and one file will come by default along with your project. Your project name is left-hand side Python full stack 7 a.m. and that main.py file is available. This main.py file is having right now built-in function. This is the function actually. So if you know that Python function, so that you can understand this code is not required to understand at this moment. You can leave it about this code. So this is the function code only. I created already built-in function created. Function is having parameter. So if it is a main method, then PyCharm will be passed as a parameter name. So print hi PyCharm will print here. Do you want to execute this built-in file main.py file? You can also execute it. Simply go to run menu. So run main is there. Click on it. So you can see output window hi PyCharm is available in the bottom corner. But I don't want to work with this existing file, but I need to create a new file set. But before going to create a new file, I want to do some small settings. So how do we change the background theme of this PyCharm editor? So by default, this is the theme called Durga. Do you want to change for clear visibility? So you can go to file menu of PyCharm editor on the top, click on settings. And in the left hand side, you can see this, there is the appearance option is there. And also here theme drop down list is there. You can expand the theme drop down list. The theme is by default Durga, but I'm trying to say IntelliJ. It's completely white background color. So IntelliJ and click on OK. So now we can see look and feel is completely changed. And coming to this, do you want to increase the font size of your coding? So you can also increase the font size of your editor. So how to do that font size changing? Again, file menu of PyCharm editor, click on settings. And the left hand side, you can notice that the editor window is there in the editor window. And in this font is there, you can click on font option and it will ask you to give the size of the font. I'm just making just 20 size or 18 size. I'm taking this is 18, and the font style also you can able to set JetBrains Mono or many font styles are there. You can keep it this one and click on OK. Now font size is increasing clearly. So this is basic file which is available, but I don't want to work with this existing file. So now you can see that. Tell me any question.
Yeah, so I'm stuck with the location. Do I have to put up any specific location?
No
Can I
need.
save under the C drive?
Yeah, if you have only C drive in your computer, no other drives, then go through them.
Okay.
If you have any other drive, you can right hand sides. You will get that one folder icon. You can click on that folder icon. You will be able to prompt to your computer location where you want to save. You can select that folder.
Okay, so for environment using, I have to select the virtual, right? Virtual environment.
Yeah, by default, it's there. You need not to do any changes. You just try to hit the create button.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you can see here, left hand side Python full stack 7 AM is there. In this, I don't have any files apart from main.py. So if you want to create a new Python file to write the code, and simply right click on the project folder and go to new. And there are two options are there. One is file and more is Python file. What's the difference between these two? Look at this. This is a text file. You can also select this text file, but the matter is, while giving the name of the file, you should provide the extension called .py. And if I select this Python file, so you are selecting already Python file, no need to give any extension that is .py. So simply select this Python file and give the name is test or any name. No need to give any Python.py file. So hit the enter button. Automatically test file is created for you. From here onwards, you can write the code. But notice that as soon as whenever I'm typing some print option, so you will notice some IntelliSense is coming. So you need not to type continuously print function, just hit the enter button. Automatically you can capture from IntelliSense, say hello something. So
is this in Mohan, is this in a virtual environment running currently?
Obviously, he can see this virtual environment here.
Oh, VNV. Okay. So if you want to run multiple virtual environment, how we can do it?
You can create separate virtual environment by using command prompt. So first we have to install in your computer virtual environment, pip space install space virtual env. After that, you can create your own virtual environment. Command is virtual env space your environment name. After that, you can activate the virtual environment. So your environment name /script/ activate, automatically it will activate.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll suggest
so
you.
If we activate two environments, we can parallelly in the same UI, we can have two different projects running parallelly.
No, actually, we can't work with same window two virtual environments.
Okay.
You can open into different windows. That will be possible. Which environment you want to activate, you can activate it, and we can work on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. Thank you.
Sir, how did you change the background of the PyCharm? Yeah.
I said no. You can go to file menu and click on settings. And in the left hand side, you can see this. There is appearance and behavior is there. And click on appearance. And then background is IntelliJ light I'm setting, and dark is there, high contrast is there. Anyone you can choose as your wish. And say OK.
Okay.
So this is print hello. If you want to run this test.py, you can see this. I'm just going to run menu. But look at this. When I go to run menu, automatically it shows run main only, but run test is not there. Do you want to run test? So you can go to this. One more option is there, run. And after that, you can see main is there, test is there. Multiple files are present in your project. So you can click on test. So test file is running. This here in the window, terminal window. Here output window is available. Test file is there. But look at this one more file I'm trying to add here. So right click on Python full stack 7 AM. Go to Python file and let's say the test1. And test1 I'm writing just again print Welcome to Durga Soft. Just a normal script I'm writing. Yes. So this is, do you want to run this test1.py? So again, no need to go to run and no need to go to run menu here. And every time you can need not to select any file. Simple like that. So which file do you want to run? On the tab, you can right click on it and simply run test1. And already you have executed test1.py once. You are seeing the output here in this, but you are doing some modification onto this file. Simply you can see, I can say again something like this. After changes modification, do you want to run same file? Again, no need to go to here test1.py, right click, because already you are you have executed recently test1 only. You can hit this simple console button, run button, automatically it is updation is effect here in this output window. But notice that if you do any mistake as a programmer, okay, spelling mistake or syntax mistake, but the IntelliSense is showing like this clearly underlined red squiggly is all project, test1, and here also. When we place mouse pointer over there, clearly will indicate that error, what error here. So expected symbol is there. Even if you run forcefully this file, so you'll be able to get the error like the syntax error was never closed, bracket was never closed, so that it will be clear. So while writing the Python code only in this Python editor, you will come to know that clearly the errors, what mistakes we are doing like this. But these notifications may not possible to do with ideally or notepad writing on shell script, shell window like that only. So this is more convenient channel to write a Python script with properly without facing any issues. I'm suggesting you as a beginner level, if you are beginner level, so better to go for this PyCharm editor or VS Code editor. So this is best practice, at least for a few days. So once you know how to manage the code and syntax rules and regulations, then you can go through any editor because you can handle the code or syntax rules easily, no problem at all. But in the initial stage, I recommend this editor. It's a good for practice clearly. So this is about installation process and making setup and editor setup. From now onwards, then I'm going to use every day this project only. Every day I'm going to discuss a lot of topics. No, each and every topics I need to create separate files and write the code and execute, and every time we can manage the code here, everything in this PyCharm only. Not only this Python files, you can create all HTML files, all files also you can create. For example, you can see file menu. So I'm creating file menu. Right click on this project, new. You can see Python file, HTML file we can create. But this is PyCharm Community Edition, so few options are available here. If it is a professional editor, PyCharm editor, there are a lot of options will show that. So you can use any frameworks code, Django, Flask, React.js, and everything it will show you in PyCharm Professional Editor. That is the difference between PyCharm Professional Editor as well as Community Editor, sir. But right now, core and advanced Python, those who are focusing only Python, that's PyCharm Community is enough. So it's not required PyCharm Professional. Anyway, in our upcoming sessions, once I complete Python course in 45 days to 50 days, so after that we start with Django, REST API, Flask, and so on. So that purpose, I need to use PyCharm Professional only, sir. So that's all from my side today. This is installation process. You just try to make the setup same like this so that it will be clear for tomorrow session. So tomorrow I'm going to write the conceptual coding, like fundamental concepts and all the concepts I'll explain, and I'll write the code in this PyCharm editor only. But just give a try one time. So how to write code in interactive window and script window and run this file into command prompt, and ideally, so it will be good. And finally, you can go with proper editor like PyCharm editor. So that's all from my side today. So if you have any question, you can feel free to ask me now.
Can you please show us how to change the font size?
Again, you can go to file menu and settings. In the left hand side, you can notice this editor window, editor. And
Okay.
their font option is there, font.
Okay.
There you can change the size and save this.
Yeah.
What number did you put your size? The font size?
18. Whatever you want,
18?
you can do it as per your convenience.
Yeah, okay. So yours is, I think, looking good. So I want to keep that same.
Yeah. So, sir, once every day classes are over, class is over, are you going to share the recording video?
Yeah, for sure. Because still we have conducted only 2 sessions. I completed last 2 sessions, and this is the 3rd session. And this Zoom meeting link will work only for 5 sessions. First 5 sessions you can consider as a demo session. Once the 5 sessions are completed, so we will maintain your mails from Durga Soft. So I'll collect that all mails, those who are already enrolled for my course, I'll collect the mails from them. Then I can start sharing my PDF and video lectures in daily basis. These videos, lectures, also 5 videos, whatever we complete the demos, that also I'll hand over it to you in Google Drive. You can able to download it.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Yes, sir. When will you start the regular classes, sir?
When?
When will you start the regular classes?
See, you can consider, according to me, these are regular classes, but according to you, these are demos only, first 5 days. And that first 5 days will not repeat again. It's a continuation process. These are the important classes. It's a regular classes for you only. Only you have to consider first 3 or 4 days demo. So how I am teaching, you can judge like that. You can, whether you are interested, you can join it like that. For you, demo it is, but for me, it's not demos. Like directly, the regular sessions only happen. Again, it will not repeat this.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say that course will be started. When will we start the main course?
That's what, man. I'm saying that main course and already started. It will be continued for 4.5 months, right? Yeah. So these lectures, whatever I'm conducting now, it won't repeat again because it's a continued process. Only first 5 days, they'll give chance to listen my lectures. If you feel comfort, then they'll allow you to join like that only. And that's what this Zoom meeting link will work only first 5 days. After 5 days, obviously the link will come from my side personally. That will hand over. That session can be completely in my hand from after 5 days. Now this is monitoring and session is going to be conducting by Durga Soft only first 5 days.
Okay, sir. Okay, got it.
Sir, how much is the fees, sir? I will not see anywhere in the website. That's what I'm asking.
So I can't disclose the fee. It's not right platform to discuss because this will be go to directly YouTube channel, they'll upload the videos so that our team will contact you because anyway you have registered with your mail, no? So today you will get clear mail and fee structure and everything, how to do this, all this thing, they will let you know that.
Right, sir. And total duration is 45 days, no?
45 days to 50 days for only core and advanced Python. And actually, this is full stack Python development. If you are looking Python, obviously 45 days to 50 days. And full stack, it takes 4.5 months minimum.
Full stack
means Django, REST API, Flask, UI, and MySQL. All this will come under full stack development.
Okay, right, sir. Because no, in the course website I saw, I think only core and advanced information is there.
Generally, even whenever we announce the full stack development for every faculty, then 2 slots, two schedules will give. First, somebody wants to do only core and advanced. So for them, separate batch, first 45, 50 days. And later that is extension, full stack. Those who are interested to join for full stack, they'll enroll for them also.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
May I know what will be teach in MySQL in future?
MySQL, all MySQL basics, which is relevant to Django handling process, that all basics we will discuss in MySQL. But don't expect complete MySQL database. Again, it will take 2-3 months. But that will not teach you because the reason is we are handling with web application development with Django. So database minimum knowledge is required. That's what we are going to cover, basics of MySQL. And even that MySQL, even though if I covered basics, we will not use MySQL stuff in our Django because Django is completely ORM tool based. So we can create Python files and Python class through we can generate database tables and all. ORM tool integrated already.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
tell me.
Can you show the drive location, sir, where we'll get all videos from your backend team? One second.
Tell me.
Can you show the drive location, sir?
Drive location means which drive location? Video drive.
Google Drive. Yes, sir, Google Drive. They said after enrollment, they will share some videos to us.
See, that's what we will collect the mails, your mails, then directly the videos will come to your mail into your Google Drive. Directly you can access it and download it.
Okay, so far I don't have. So far I didn't get any videos from them.
That's what, man, I'm saying. You don't get any videos. No one will get videos up now. After 2 days, no, this Zoom link, whenever it will finish for after 5 days only, then we will check with the backend team how many students enrolled, and all mail IDs by default. I'll collect them. I'll collect from them. I can maintain your data from my side. I can share daily basis video.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the procedure.
I have a question about creating the files under the Python. You just right click on the main, or how do you create the file under the Python? Yeah.
Right click on the project and go to new and Python file.
Okay.
And give the name and enter, or enter
Okay.
button. Yeah.
So if we enter, if we select the file, so right now we have already opened Python, right? So if we select the file, what will happen? This one, yeah.
Nothing will happen. You can give the file name and extension with .py.
Okay.
And if you select Python file, no need to give that extension .py.
Oh, okay. Okay, understood. Okay. Thank you.
So that's all. And for those who are newly attending my session today, you can, I strongly recommend to watch my 2 lectures of videos in YouTube channel, Durgasoft YouTube channel. Anyway, our team will send that YouTube link also for demo purpose. You can do it. Okay. So WhatsApp group, that's not possible because according to our institute policy, no faculty should maintain their personal WhatsApp group. So that I don't recommend. So you can feel free to interact with me at any time. So that anyway, daily basis material and video will come from my personal mail. So you can interact with through mail only.
Through mail? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, we'll talk about this, what we can say, interaction and all these things whenever I'm going to, what we can say, conduct the sessions from my hand side. So that will be good. So we'll discuss that later. So that's all for now, and see you tomorrow. Have a nice time.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Let's start today's session. So in the last session of Python, we were discussing about how to download Python software and also how to install it and complete the setup of Python we were discussing in the last session. In today's session, I'm going to discuss about language fundamentals. That means most important fundamental concepts which related to Python. Before going to discuss that, let's open our project which I was created in the last session, especially in PyCharm editor. So first let's move to PyCharm editor. So PyCharm community editor. So let's open it. And to open existing project, so in general, whatever we open in the last time in the PyCharm editor, that project will be loaded by default. In case if you want to open or if you want to go to your project location, simply you can go to file menu in PyCharm editor and click on open. So I know not to create a new project because already created in the last session that I want to open it. So click on open and you can find the location where you saved last time your project. I have saved that project into E drive. So let's select this Python full stack 7 AM is the project name, and that project need to be selected and open it. And there are few options are available. This window means completely the project 7 a.m. project will be override with this Python project 11:30. But new window means it's completely open in new window. Attach means that Python project 7 a.m. is going to attach it onto this window, means both projects can be simultaneously can work. But I'm trying to do this window, so it's open into here. Now this is previously what we created project and what we discuss also. So a simple basic programming I have started in the last session. So how to deal with a Python project in PyCharm editor, and you can able to write many files here. So easily we can able to manage the codes are here. Okay, so this is what. Now coming to this, in today's lecture, most important fundamental concepts I'm going to discuss, sir. So these fundamental concepts are very, very important. So you must and should aware of these fundamental concepts. Then it will be easy to write the program in all the topics in upcoming sessions. So what are the fundamental concepts means? First important concept is Python indentation. So this is most of the beginners get confused here in the context of Python indentation. But I'd like to tell you clearly what is indentation, how it will work. So difference between other languages and Python in the context of indentation is what we'll discuss. And coming to this next fundamental concept that is called comments in Python. And next keywords are reserved words, also we can call it as keyword or reserved words. And next identifiers. Next variables, and then finally multiple assignment. Yes, multiple assignment. These are the fundamental concepts which is really required to start logical programming in Python. So you should know about these all rules and regulations in Python programming. First, let's talk about Python indentation. So indentation means what? Okay, let's see this. So I'm writing the program here, which is not possible to execute in Python. I'm writing program just to explain the indentation levels, how it is possible in Python. But this program is completely related to other languages like C, C++, Java, okay, other languages related program it is. So it will not work in I equals to 10. So this is what actually comparison. I declare I value 10. So 10 equal to 10. That means what? 10 is matching with 10. Then I can say I should come into if block. So if block, if it is Java, for example, system.out.println, it is what print statement. True, I can say that, for example, true. Else, if I equals to 10 is not matching, then I can say else block, open bracket, close bracket. So now here s.out.system.out.println false, I can say that. This is actually program, but this will not work in Python. But just I want to compare this, how other programming language code and same program in Python, how to write, just I want to compare. Look at this program closely. There are two blocks are there in this program. One is if block, next one is else block. But in general, in other programming languages, to consider a block of code, we use generally curly braces. These are the delimiters also, we can call it as delimiters or curly braces or flower brackets, anything. So these two open and close in between, how many statements are there? That all statements under comes into if block. And here also else block is having again delimiters, open delimiter, close delimiter is there. And these also in this bit in between, whatever the statements are there, these are under comes into else blocks. So here two blocks are there. Two blocks are clearly available. So each block will execute separately. So my requirement is what if else block I'm using. So if else condition process means what? If this condition is true, it evaluates to true, then control flow will jump into if block only. if this condition is evaluates to false, then control will jump into else block only. So this is the logic actually. But this style of code is common in every language like C, C++, Java, C#, .NET. But in Python, it's not work. The reason is in Python, to consider a block of code, we use indentation, not curly brackets or delimiters. So the indentation is how it is means 4 spaces indentation generally. 4 spaces. 4 spaces. So to consider a block of code in Python, we must and should use 4 spaces. But 4 is not compulsory, but at least 1 space is required. I'll tell you why 4 I'm suggesting you. So 4 spaces is nothing but indentation to consider a block of code. So for more clarity, let's look into this. I'm going to write same logic in the context of Python. But where I'm writing the logic, you can observe here, I'm writing this code into Notepad, so that you'll understand why I'll not suggest to write a code in Notepad now. Because there is no IntelliSense, there is no suggestions, and there is no guidance. So directly you should take care how to write a program clearly. So let's write a code in Notepad first. Let's open a Notepad. Notepad is also one of the text editor. It's a plain text editor. So here I'm writing code in Notepad, sir. Just look at this. Notepad code. So I equals to 10. So in Python, you need not to specify any data type. That's what I didn't use any int I equals to 10 like this. Even semicolon also not required in Python, but if you give also, it will not be wrong. So it is correct only, no problem. So here I'm writing if I equals to 10. So colon is must here. This is Python syntax. But as I said that I'm not explaining about if block, else block. I'm explaining about indentation, just concentration on indentation now. Later we'll come across about if block, how it will work, what is the syntax and all. But look at this, if I equal to 10, as soon as when we hit the enter button, cursor is blinking in the starting position. Usually programmer can start writing the code from there. That means true. Again, next line, else block I'm writing here. And again, programmer starts writing the code from starting only, false. Done, sir. This is a very simple statement. That logically it look like good, but structurally it's not like good. It's not good. Okay, the reason is why I'll tell you. So I value 10. 10 I'm comparing with 10 because double equal to is a comparison operator or relational operator. Even operators also will discuss in detail. So print true. If it is condition is true, print true. Else condition is what? Sir, if condition is false, prints false only. Like, let's save this one. Control S, and I'm saving into my E drive. The file name is just I'm taking test1.py. Okay, test1.py. I'm saving into E drive, sir. Let's click on save. You can minimize it because I have to edit it later. So I have saved the file in E drive. So let's open command prompt. So you know how to run the code or script file using command prompt. So I'm just moving into E drive location. After that, to run this Python script, simply Python space test1.py. Look at the code once which we have written. According to this code, I value 10, 10 equal to 10 matching, but we are expecting true. But look at the output here, Python space test1.py. Then you are going to get some indentation error. Look at this indentation error. So expected an indented block after if statement on line number 2. Okay, that you just observe here closely this notepad script. Now, what is the problem here? In this program, each and every line is going to treat it as a separate line. There is no block code. That means if block don't have any statements, else block don't have any statements. These statements are there, but it's not treated them in a block. So why? Because all are in the same line. There is no indentation levels. But in other languages, programmers generally use to consider a block of code delimiters like curly brackets. But in Python, we should use spaces instead of curly brackets. So I have not used any space here after if block statements. So to bring these statements under the if block, at least one space or 4 spaces or any number of spaces also, but at least one is required. I'm just giving here 4 spaces, and this is coming to if block now. And also I'm giving here 4 more spaces here, else block, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this statement under comes into else block. Now it is correctly work. Now Control S, save it, and go back to your command prompt and write this command again, Python space test1.py, enter. We expected the result correctly. That is true. The reason is here I value 10, 10 is matching with 10, comparing this, and if it is correct, it will true. For example, if I use 100, now Control S for saving, 100 equal to 10, not correct. If not correct, then control will jump into else block. Inside the else block statement, what is that? False. Let's run this again. Python space test1.py, then false. So this is the way to write the code. So why I don't recommend initially writing Python program in Notepad means you have to take care the block consideration like indentation levels where it is required, and it will not suggest you as a new to Python programming. So that's what you will get confused. So this is what to manage the code. But sir, 4 spaces compulsory required? No, at least 1 space is required. You can see this. 1 space is required and more spaces also required. Any number of spaces you can take, no problem. But at least 1 space is required. 1 space if you give also, then it will work fine, sir. No problem. Even 1 space if you give, then it will work fine. Just a moment. See here. Go ahead.
So in PyCharm, we don't have to put the space, right? In Notepad, we have to put the space, at least 1 space.
Yes, 1 space you have to put, otherwise it will not allow you to execute the code. So because this is indentation levels, automatically it don't capture. Actually, you have to take care all. But in PyCharm, that is not required. You can see this. I'm writing same code in PyCharm editor also. So let's add a new file. Right click over there in your project and new Python file. So test2. And now you can see same code I'm writing here. Int I equals to 10. I equals to 10 matching. As soon as when we hit the enter button, now you can see here. Oh, just a moment. Test.py. If I equals to 10, and as soon as when we enter this, so look at this cursor is blinking after 4 spaces, leaving automatic indentation level. And no need to get any confused here while writing PyCharm code. So that means it's clearly indentation levels automatically traced according to programming structure, where it is required, where it is not required, it will capture easily.
So in what condition do we have to use 2 equal? In the second line, there is a 2 equal, I is equal to, there are 2 equal sign, right? Yeah, 2 equal symbol and the second line. And
that's what actually this is. My intention is now indentation explanation, but operators and logic we will explain in upcoming session. But anyway, you're asking no. So single equals to means assignment. Just I am assigning 10 value to the I variable. And double equals to means comparison. You can compare the values. So I value holding already 10. 10 is comparing with this 10. Both are matching. Then control shift into if block. If not, then it will go to else block.
Okay, thank you.
This is relational operator, double equals to, and single equal to is the assignment operator. So this is now coming to this. These are the indentation level only in Python. To consider the block of code, then we use indentation. Any block, not only if else block, even in upcoming session, we will write some for loops, while loops, and also inside the function, inside the class, so many blocks we can write, no? So in that context, automatically 4 space indentation level will be set. Suppose look at this here. I'm writing code inside the for loop. Suppose for loop, this is actually for I in range of 10. So you need not to think about how it will work, but in upcoming session I'll discuss. But look at this, as soon as when we enter the key, so automatically cursor is blinking where? Here. This is what cursor is blinking here, 4 space. But even in the next program, in the previous program, you can see this. I'm hitting Control Z. Even if you don't follow the indentation levels in PyCharm also, you can go back to the cursor here. You can see move back. So again, you will get indentation error. But error clearly here notifying in the writing the code only. When we place mouse pointer here, you can see statement expected or statement expected. And now when we place mouse pointer, something is raising here and the underline red squiggly here clearly. Okay, that means you will notice that something is going to wrong. So let's run this one. Again, you will notify this indentation error in this error list. So at least 1 space indentation error. So 1 space is required, sir, and more spaces also. Okay, fine, no problem. Let's run this. We got the output clearly. So this is Python indentation, and please take care. So you should you should follow the indentation levels completely, especially whenever you are writing the block code, if block, else block, for loop block, while loop block, inside the class, inside the functions. So you have to leave the spaces, curly brackets instead of. Okay, so this is indentation, 4 spaces. Look at this in PyCharm editor. Why 4 spaces is recommend by default means this is the default setting actually. Even we can able to change the settings also. You can continue with 2 space indentation, single space indentation also. But note this point in the PyCharm editor on the bottom corner, we can notice that some standards are there here. 4 space indentation already sets here. Indent 4 spaces in this. In the bottom corner, right hand side, you are looking 4 spaces in PyCharm editor. Yeah, that's it. So this is about indentation, very basic and fundamental concept. You should take care while writing the code. Other fundamental concepts are pretty simple. And now you can see comment section I'm doing. So sometimes in this comment section is common for every programming language. So programmers, they'll write a lot of code into their code. But if they don't want to execute sometimes some lines of code, then they'll put that lines of code into comment section. So what is the meaning of comments means? Generally, if you don't want to execute some lines of code, then you can ignore that lines from the execution. Then you can put that lines into comment section. Whenever you put some comments for lines of code, then your Python interpreter will exclude that lines from the execution. It will not include. So whenever you don't want to execute the code, I don't recommend to delete that code. Instead of delete, you can put this into comment section. So later, whenever it is required, so if you want to execute that back code, then you can uncomment that. So comments are useful for that, one of the reason. Another main reason is, so you are a programmer. Right now, you are involving the code in the application environment, but you have written a lot of code and a lot of application statements. But due to some reason, you left from the company. So in place of your role, some developer came. So if some developer, the developer should understand what the previous developer has written the code and what was the purpose of that code. So you should understand well. So that's what you can better to leave the comments or description about your program. So whenever the new person or new developer can hand over your code, they can understand easily by looking your comment section. So whatever the comments you want, you can write in your program. That comments you cannot, it will not include in the execution part. Your interpreter will exclude from the execution. But how to do the comments in Python? Simple. See here in my program right now, you're looking a lot of statements. So simply I can say hello also. So this is total one block of program. And this is my additional statement, print hello. So once I execute this test2, now you can see we got this program output and also hello also printing in the output window. Both are coming here. True because of this program logic, and hello also is here. but I don't want to execute line number 7. How to do this? You can put this line into comment section. How to do comment section in Python? Simple. Before line, you can give the hash symbol. This is comment. So now this will not execute in the execution process. It will not consider this line in the execution process. It will exclude. Again, uncomment means you can remove this hash symbol. But look at this. I'd want to do comments all 5 lines here. Each line I need not to visit, and I need not to give any hash symbol before the line. Because if you think like 100 lines of code is there, 100 times you need not to keep this. So how to set this all lines into at a time comment section, that is called multiple lines if you want to set the comment. So there is a shortcut key. So you just select this all lines, how many you want to comment, and control /. So you can hit this control /. I'm writing this command here in the comment section, ctrl +/. Again, if you want to uncomment, now you can see these lines are in the comment section. It won't work out now. So hello is only working because it's not in comment. Again, you want to release this comment, that means uncomment, select these lines, again, hit this control +/. So it is uncomment now. So this is very simple. It's not a big deal. So whenever you don't want to execute any statements, just put the comment, and whenever it is required, you can uncomment it. Or else you can write your description of program also. Any description you can write. Just I'm using junk code here. So this is description, you can fill it. You can write your own statements like this. So these statements will not be considered at the time of execution. So this is another simple concept, comments. Now coming to this, keywords or reserved words. See, every programming language is having keywords or reserved words. So reserved words means what? The words which are reserved for particular purpose. The words which are reserved for particular purpose, you can use that words for the same purpose only. Purpose should not be changed. So if you change the purpose of the word, it won't work. I mean to say, some keywords or reserved words are designed in Python for particular cause. So for what cause purpose that was designed, you should use for same cause only. You cannot use as your own purpose. So every programming language is having keywords, and keywords will convey a special message or special meaning to the interpreter at the time of execution. For example, in your program, if I use one keyword, that keyword through interpreter can recognize programmer is expecting something. Suppose if I write a keyword called def, keyword is there in Python, for example. So when I use def keyword, then interpreter can get the signal to define the function. So we are conveying a proper message to the interpreter by using keywords in our program. So how to get the keywords list in Python? So what are the keywords are there? I want to see in Python programming means it's very simple. So let's add a new file. So I'm writing just new program every time. So for clarity, otherwise we can also edit in one program also, no problem. So to get the keyword list, I recommend this. Import is a library, keyword, and keyword is a library, sir. It's a library name. As I said that Python supports huge standard libraries. So these libraries are I'm using directly here. So after that, if you want to print the keyword list, print keyword.kw list. Okay. So keyword is a library name, which I'm importing here. And KW list is a class name. This class can have all the keywords within it in the list format. Let's see this. Once I run this, look at this. Whenever you run this test2 is running. Previously, what I executed test2. So in the output window, it is available test2. So if you want to run test3, so you can right click on test3.py tab and run it. So note this, you have a lot of keywords in this list. So keywords are available here, keywords. So here all keywords are available. All keywords are available. False, none, true. These all keywords are there. But in this all keywords, false, none, true are starting letter as capital. But remaining letters are small letters clearly. So you can see this because Python is a case sensitive programming language. Okay, so false, none, true, only starting letter as capital, remaining are all small letters. These are all keywords. In our upcoming session, each and every topic, I'll include clearly each and every keyword. But notice this, in this program already I use one keyword called import. Import is also one of the keyword which is used to import the library. So any library, if you want to import in your program, that we can use by using import keyword. So this is the keyword list. This code will execute anywhere, sir, not only in PyCharm. Even you can go to Ideally software, which we have included in the last session. This is just default editor. So here also we can able to write the same code, import keyword, and here print is not required, keyword dot kw list, then enter. So you got this keyword list here. Even this code you can write in Notepad, 2 lines, and save it and execute in command prompt. There also you will get keyword list. And make sure that each and every keyword is reserved for particular purpose. For example, here del is a keyword. This is used to delete object in Python. Okay, so here, for example, import is a keyword which is used to import the libraries. Def is a keyword which is used to define the function. If is a keyword which is used to perform the conditions. So like this, all keywords are having its own purpose. You should use for that purpose only. You can't use, no keyword can be used as a variable. For example, look at this. I am trying to use one of the keyword as a variable. Look at this def. Def actually it is a keyword, but I am using as a variable, sir. Look at this def. It's a variable. I'm using as a variable, but not. So it will not execute. Look at this. It's raise error. What error? Obviously syntax error. Invalid syntax. Because the def is a keyword, it's designed for define the function, but you are using as a variable. So now let's remove this f. And can I use this as my variable? Yes, absolutely. Because this is your own name. So de is a variable name. It's a valid name. It will work now. 10 values printed. Okay. So what I mean to say, you don't use no keyword can be used as a variable only. So it's having complete purpose separately. Each and every keyword you have to use for what purpose it's designed. So you will come to know each and every keyword on the flow, topic to topic. So in each topic, we will introduce a lot of keywords. Okay. For example, if I go in future, exception handling, yeah, you can go ahead.
So I have a question about the second command, print bracket open keyword. In that one, there is no colon. So is it
where?
The second one, yeah, that one. Print bracket open keyword dot kw list. That one doesn't have a colon. Do we have the inside the bracket? Usually you write it, right?
There is no semicolon, you are asking. This is
no, inside the bracket. Inside the bracket.
Inside the bracket.
Double colon on the second, yeah, double colon or yeah, like that one. So is it?
This is not, this is our own statement. Whenever you want to display something to the user with your own words or own statements, you should include within this double quotes. This is not our own, it's a standard one.
Okay.
It's a built-in one.
Okay.
See, generally, if you want
so
to.
Did you import it? Did you import this one? Keyword, okay. Yes, I was talking about.
If you want to display something to the user, you can display. This is printing output statement.
Okay.
What I want to print here, this keyword library inside lot of KW list is there. That means keyword list is there. This keyword list I want to print. That's what I'm using print function.
Okay.
If I don't use print function here, keyword list will not print here in PyCharm. But without print, we can do it in Ideally. Ideally, printing is not required. That was interactive window. That is just you can put the commands and directly it will print.
Okay.
As when we press enter. In PyCharm, if you want to print something, either it is predefined things or user-defined things, you must and should use print. Do you want to display keyword list to the users?
Okay.
So that's what print is required. This semicolon is
I got it.
not required. This semicolon is end of the statement. It's not required to use in Python. Even if you use in Python also, it's not wrong. It's correct only. Optional, that is. So these are the keyword, and we will discuss each and every keyword. It's having separate purpose. So you have to use for that purpose only. Now coming to this identifiers.
Sir, I have a quick question.
Yeah, carry on.
See, if I have I have written a code of like 100 or 200 lines of code, right? So will that automatically take care of the indentation? So
obviously,
there is a yeah. Sometimes, like if I've written it in Notepad and I wanted to execute it, there is a possibility that I might miss out some indentation, right? So will PyCharm will automatically cook it? I mean, will automatically format the whole code?
That's what I said. No, just now I have written some if else condition, but automatically whenever it is a block consideration is there, immediately next line will leave the spaces of indentation automatically in PyCharm.
Okay, so it won't be able to format it, is that it?
I'm not getting what is it. If you miss that format, then automatically it will not. But again, you have to rearrange it. And sometimes it will show you that format also. Whenever you miss the format, all these things like this, sometimes it will show rearrange the format or something. Links will be there. So automatically you can able to click the link. Automatically it will rearrange the format clearly in PyCharm.
Oh, okay. Sir, actually I'm from the Oracle background. So if you're using SQL Developer, right, we use a format Control F7 and then it automatically formats the code in a readable way. It maintains, right? So that in that fashion, I'm asking, like, will any other tools will help us out if there is any, formatting issues, just like the indentation?
That's what I'm saying, man. It's actually the format here. It is not there actually. So look at this, that something is wrong here. You can see when we place my mouse pointer, it's showing error actually, but auto format is not there. But sometimes when we write the block of code, it will suggest you there is a blue color link indication. When you hit that, automatically it will format it. I'll show you clearly. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, one more thing, like, will all the tools like the PyCharm or IDE will it give the suggestion, or it has the intelligence behind the screen to give you?
No.
So instead of
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, instead of print, right, I write printf. Printf is not recognized in Python, right? So will it give the intelligence to automatically fix it?
No, automatically fix is not. You can see this here. Printf is there. No, when we place mouse pointer over it, create function printf is available here. When I try to create printf function, what it's suggesting that it's a called as function. It's created with the name called def. It's a function name. Okay, it's a fixing, but actually it is not suggesting, because look at this underlined red squiggly is there. That indicates that you are doing something wrong here.
Okay.
And
so
if I miss this now, it will okay. But this kind of things will not be available in the ideally or Notepad like that. You don't look this one.
Okay. Is there an option like that? Do we have to turn on, turn off like that to give that suggestions? The minute you printed, you move the cursor and print, right? It came out a drop down there with a lot of options in there, right? So
yeah, that's what suggestion intelligence is by default will come in PyCharm editor. Sometimes even if you are importing some function, that function is not available, for example. So for example, you can see this here. I'm using what function? Reduce function I'm using. Generally, I'm saying reduce is a function actually in Python. But all of a sudden, I want to use reduce function, but this is saying that a red color squiggly is there, but it is suggesting me to import this functools module. When I click in the moment, automatically the library is available. Reduce function is clear. It's available in this module only.
Oh, okay. So
even if you do any function naming, if that not present in the particular module, if you didn't import that, it will suggest you to import the module. If you know how to import, you can write your own way. Or if you don't know how to import, you can look at this one. We place mouse pointer on red squiggly. So it will suggest you to do this action directly. You can hit the link. So automatically it will available. Respective module and library will be placed at the top of the program.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Now coming to this here, identifiers. See here, identifier is nothing but what you know. It's a naming rule in Python. So naming rule in the sense generally every programmer in Python programming. So usually we should provide the name of the variable or name of the function or name of the class. Okay, like that. So a name is compulsory to recognize the value or to recognize or to call the function name. You have to know that to create object for the class name you have to use it. So the naming is compulsory. So what are the names and its rules? That is called identifier. Identifier is just a name. Either it can be a class name or function name or variable name. But in Python programming, while giving the names, so you should follow some rules and regulations. What are the rules and regulations? Let's try to give this. Now, generally, you can see the rule number 1. You can give the name lowercase or uppercase. Okay, but I suggest you uppercase. Recommended is lowercase, not uppercase. If you give uppercase, there is a problem. It's not a problem, but intention will be changed. So lowercase or uppercase is possible, but identifiers are case sensitive. That means what? How the way you provide the name, so same way how to access that. So these are the identifier rules. 8 rules are there. In these 2 rules I'm explaining now first. Lowercase, and it can be uppercase or lowercase, and case sensitive also. Let's see this. For example, my variable name, okay, is like this: emp id equals to 123. So print emp id. So it's a valid. So okay, it's a valid expression because how the way I just gave the name, same way I have accessed here. So emp id equals to 123. It will work, sir, now. So look at this, output is coming. So 123 value only here. But if I try to access that into capital letter, so emp id, so it's an error. So this emp id is defined in lowercase, but you are attempting to access into uppercase. That's not possible. The name error emp id is not defined. emp id lowercase is defined, but you are accessing through uppercase. But look at this, if I'm giving here emp id, so this is the valid. But I'll not suggest you to do this declaration of the variable names as capital. What is the problem actually? In general, when we declare the names in Python, okay, either it can be a function name or class name or anything in a capital letter, that meaning is it's a constant. Constant means in other languages, other language programming rules. So if the variable, if they declared constant, that means the value cannot be changed. But even in Python also, whenever you are going to declare the variable name on capital letters, that indicates that constant. But even you are conveying a message to the other developers by declaring your variable name in capital letters, that is a constant, other developer can understand that this value cannot change. We should not change. But even intentionally, if they want to change the value, they can do it. Why? Because Python do not support any constant variables. Only just for conveying purpose, we should declare the variable name as capital. If you give the capital, that indicates that you are saying that this value is a constant value. Don't change. To the other programmers, you are giving indication. But if they want to change, they can change it also. So recommend is lowercase generally. If you give uppercase, they'll think that this is a constant value. So if really you want to convey the message to them constant, then you can declare that as a capital. Otherwise, you can maintain lowercase only. But look at this, lowercase characters also I'm giving here generally. So look this here, this is emp id. But note this point, in this Python, whenever I'm trying to write the declaration, you can see this, some standards are there to write the programming also. Suppose emp id 123 is there. So there is some silver color squiggly is highlighted in the emp id. When we place mouse pointer over here, so now we can see that is showing warning like PEP8 standard, that is Python enhancement proposal. Some standards are there. So now we can see when we place mouse pointer over, missing white spaces around operator. Here, what is the operator? Equal to is operator. They recommend to give white spaces around the operator completely. But I have not given any space, but even it will work. But this is not right way to write the code. Format is not correct, but it will work, no problem. but we have to maintain some standards. So how to do this? Now you can see this. Here you can see that it is asking like this, reformat the file. So once we reformat the file, now automatically it will adjust. To reformat the file, then Alt plus Shift plus Enter keyword is there. This is a shortcut. So when I use this, automatically reformat, and now you can see white spaces is around created within the operator. So this is good, but still it is arranging okay. But still one more line is available in this EMPID declaration of variable. Generally, in programming languages, whenever you declare the variable name in 2 words, like EMP is 1 word, ID is 1 more word. Now, when we place mouse pointer here, you can see this typo rename to word only it is saying. So that means what actually, if it is word, that they are suggesting you to rename the word actually here. Why? Because the words need to be separate. If you are using 2 words variable, better to combine them using underscore. So I'm using underscore. Look at this. I underscore as soon as when we use the error and squiggly, everything is neat format. So this is what snake convention. So each and every word should be separated with underscore symbol. That is called snake convention. Generally, variable and function names in Python can be suggestible with snake convention, and the class name suggestible called camel case convention. I'll talk about that in the class orientation. So this is the declaration of the variables are actually here. So in case you are trying to declare the variable in 2 parts, better to use underscore. So if you don't use underscore, just a warning it will give that's a format is not correct. So it's okay, no problem. That is standard format. So lowercase or uppercase, you can declare the variable, but it's a case sensitive only. How the way you declare, same way how to access. And rule number 3, identifiers means any names. Allow digits. Yes, sir. It will allow digits. You can include digits. Like 0 to 9 digits, you can include the names. But identifier or any name should not start with digit. It should not start with a digit, sir. Compulsory. So for example, you can see here EMP, okay, 1, ID 2. It's a valid. So EMP1, ID2 is a valid. So this will work fine. But where the digits are there, somewhere like not starting. If I provide the digit starting point like 5 and then 5, it's invalid. So no name can start with a digit. So this is invalid declaration. So this is the rule number 3 and 4. The names allow digits, but it cannot be starts with a digit. And coming to this rule number 5. Okay, rule number 5. Identifier allow underscore, as I said that, and identifier allow underscore, sir. If you want to declare the 2 parts of the variable, then better to use underscore by combining them. And make sure that if an identifier start with the underscore, then we can say it is private, then it is private. So identifier allow underscore, okay. If an identifier starts with underscore, then we can say private. Generally, according to other languages, private, public, protected, some access modifiers are there. So using that access modifier, they will decide that this variable is private variable or public variable or protected variable like that. Private variable, generally, we can access within the same limitations. Public variable, no restriction, anywhere we can access. But in Python, how we can recognize once we declare the variable that is private or public means, just look at this here, identifier allow underscore. If you want to declare 2 parts, then better to give this underscore symbol. As we mentioned, like EMP ID is there, no? So this is only 2 parts actually, EMP ID. If I give the space, it will not allow you to do this. Now you can say space, I'm providing EMP space ID, that is valid, not, that is invalid. So better to combine them by using underscore. This is valid. But I mean to say, if you start your variable or variable names or method names, okay, underscore, single underscore means that is protected. Protected means that is what actually, if you have 2 classes, assume that parent class and child class. Inside the parent class, I declare single underscore through one variable. That variable I can also access in the child class. That is protected means parent class variables we can access into child class. If you starts with your name is single underscore. If I starts with double underscore, it's a strongly private search. Even the child and parent relation is there. Once we declare this double underscore variable inside the parent class, even the child is inherited from them, child can never access because it's a strongly private. This is not right situation to discuss about these private variables and public variables more. So we'll come across in upcoming session when I starts with object-oriented programming class. There it will be useful concept. Okay. So this is rules. Underscore is allowed. Yes. Okay. So if an identifier starts with underscore, then it is called as private. And rule number 7, no keyword or reserved word can be used as identifier. We can't use any keyword or reserved word as identifiers. As I said that, so look at this here. I'm using if. If is a keyword, but you are declaring that as a variable. But is this possible? No. No keyword or reserved word used as variable. So it's not possible. Suppose here I'm taking IFF. It's a variable name. It's a character name. So this is your variable name working fine. So keywords or reserved words are not required to use. No need to use the variable names. It's not possible actually. So lowercase or uppercase is possible. Identifiers are case sensitive. It will allow digits like 0 to 9. And identifier should not start with the digits. And identifier allow underscore. So underscore in the sense we can combine two parts of the identifier easily by using underscore. If an identifier starts with underscore, then it is private. We can say that private in the sense restriction will be there. Sometimes in Python programming, we need to provide the restrictions on the variables, because if someone by accidentally or wantedly someone is accessing your variables, then that we should not allow them, because once we make the variable as private, then they don't modify the data. They cannot able to access the data. Possibility is there here. So these are the rules and regulations of identifiers. So these rules you must and should use while declaring the names clearly. Lowercase or uppercase, it's possible, and case sensitive. It will allow digits, okay, and it should not start with digit. And underscore is possible, and if an identifier starts with underscore, then it is what actually private. And no keyword or reserved word we can use as you can use as a identifier. These are the identifier rules and regulations. You must and should follow each rule and regulations like this. And coming to this variable section, what is variable? Variable also called as identifier. Yes, as I said that identifier means any name in Python. Either it can be a variable name or class name or function name. Just names are called identifier. The name rules are these all name rules. Okay. So next variable. Variable is having a separate definition. So variable is nothing but it's a named memory location. We can say that it is a named memory location. It is a named memory location, sir. And while declaring variable in Python programming, so you need not to specify any data type, because as I said that Python is a dynamically typed language, and based on the value which we assign to the variable, Python will decide the data type of that variable. So it's not required to decide the data type of the variable. It's a named memory location actually. Let's see this. Why named memory location? For example, a equals to 10, I'm saying. Then if I ask you 10 value, where it will go and stored means you can say the name of memory of 10 is what? A memory it will store. So every variable has its own values. So print A, so this is correct. So this is variable declaration in Python, and it's a name memory location. We can say once I run this, you got this output clearly. Now you can see int A equals to 10, print A here. Okay. So this is variable declaration, and multiple assignment also there. We'll discuss this into tomorrow session clearly. So That's all about today. So these are the very important fundamental concept and basic concepts. You should consider this while writing Python code. Indentations, comment section, keywords or reserved words, identifiers, and variables, and multiple assignments. These are the rules available. I think I missed one rule. Let me show you something like this. Wait a moment, just a moment. Just wait for one day. You will receive this complete code Python documentation to you, so that it will be easy to manage your code and all. Okay, so I'll save this. Yeah, fine. I didn't miss any rule. Okay, I thought that it's I missed rule. Yeah, fine. So now you can ask the questions. If you have any questions regarding today's session or previous sessions, you can feel free to ask me. And tomorrow we'll see multiple assignment concept also. Then after that, we can move forward to other concepts.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, actually, the thing is, today it's my first class in this
Okay.
Python course.
Okay.
And I didn't attend the previous courses. Actually, I just called yesterday to Durga shop and they just provided me the link today only. So I don't have the previous section knowledge.
No worries. No worries. You can do one thing. Today, I think you will receive my previous lecture, 3 videos lecture link, also YouTube link, so that you can also watch that 3 videos. And this is the 4th session. No, tomorrow I think it's a 5th session. Tomorrow is the last session, which is going to happen for demonstrations on this link only. So Saturday onwards, we are going to change the link. So up to Saturday, you can enroll for the sports. Only enrolled students will get the new link from our side, short link, that is not Zoom meeting link. So you can go through that 3 videos lecture. Anyway, once your enrollment process is over, then I'll share my all the video lectures up to now, whatever I conducted, into your Google Drive, and you can download it also. Right now, just watch the 3 videos. They'll send the link also, YouTube link, or else you can also go directly Durga Soft YouTube channel. In the recent playlist, you will find my videos, 3 video lecture videos.
Okay, just for the installation of Python and the PyCharm,
yes,
all these things.
First 2 days only completely theoretical, then features and versions and history of Python and why Python and what subjects which I cover in Python full stack development. And the 3rd day, yesterday only, I did complete setup and installation. That was also there in video clearly, so it's not a problem for you.
Okay, I can install from there only. Actually, I don't know how to install, so I'll just watch the video and I will install all this.
Sure. It's a very simple and straightforward. There is no complexity. You can go through that. It will be clear. If any problem, then we will discuss in upcoming session. No worries.
Certainly, sir. And one more thing. So after tomorrow class and other classes will be on a chargeable basis, right? The subscription we have to take it, right?
Yes, exactly. Who enrolled, then for that we will send a link that is completely GoToMeeting link only. That link will, once we create, that will come around 2 weeks continuously. No need to change the link every time.
Okay, so
from day after tomorrow, the session is completely controlled by me only. So I'll control the session. I'll start and I'll stop and everything. I'll record and I'll send that video completely. But only first 5 lectures Durga Soft will hand over the sessions completely. They'll organize.
Okay, sir. So for making the payment, they will send us the link, right?
Yes, exactly. After tomorrow.
Okay, certainly, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Reddy. Can you please show us the problem which you were having yesterday, that you were not able to execute file from the command prompt?
Command prompt,
I'm having the same problem. Yeah.
No. Actually, the problem is I have executed command prompt, but it's unable to move to desktop. That is the problem.
Yes. From the day I'm having the same problem,
Okay. I'll find out that. But actually, this is not a problem. Something went wrong at the system level because I was working many sessions like this only in the same device. It was moved previously, but I have to rectify. But sir, that's what temporary solution I find that if I can able to move desktop. That's what I use. The location is E drive. That there I can execute. No, clearly.
Okay, but
Yeah.
I'm getting the same. What should I do at this point? I'm getting system cannot find the path. I'm getting the same
Nothing.
message when I change it to the desktop.
Nothing to do. Then I'll find the solution. Even it's useful for me also because I did many times in my previous lecture. But I'm wondering really what's happening in this case. Let's find
Hello,
out.
sir. Hello, can I?
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Carry on.
Sir. Sorry for the interrupt. The solution is go to your menu desktop, sir. Main
Yeah.
desktop. There we can create the one folder.
Already folder is created.
Yes. Right click on properties. Check the properties. Show me more options. Click it.
Yeah, properties.
Okay, I will check mine then.
Where is
the properties?
That's what I'm saying. Actually, I am using this new device, which is available in what you can say Windows 11. It was
yes, sir. I think desktop before you have some folders, sir. That's why it's not command program not working.
Okay.
I have only C drive. I have only C drive.
So C drive, you have to create the one folder, new folder. There
Okay.
will be there between the desktop and C drive. Some word is came, some word is there. That's why it's not working.
Okay, fine. We'll find the solution. But previously I was worked clearly, so there was no problem at all. But I'll try to find. But even I don't get time. That's what I didn't concentrate much more on it. We'll see this. It's not a problem.
Yes, sir. I executed, sir. It's working fine.
Yeah. It will work.
Okay.
I know that. Previously I did only, no. So that's what.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Any more question from anyone?
Can you repeat this one? The point number 5. Sorry, point number 5.
This
Point
one
number
variable.
5. No, the upper. The identifier sub point. Yes.
See, identifier. If it is any name is, if you want to declare the two parts of the name, like for example, so you can see my is one word and name is one word equals to, I can say Mohan. So if I print this my and space name, it will not work because the word is two parts. If you want to combine these two parts, you should not give the names in the space orientation. So you can give the underscore symbol by joining the two words on. So that's what names can allow underscores. You can use it.
Okay, so as you said before that the first point Python indentation, right? Indentation. So by default we have indentation. Okay, indentation. By default Python have four space, right?
4 space, but is only block level to consider a block, but it's not a block, it's a name.
Okay. No, okay. So the one which you said that you run on the notepad for the 4 space. So in what cases in what situation we will use that one on the notepad? Usually we will use the PyCharm, right? On PyCharm there is a by default there are 4 space on it.
That's what in notepad also you should have the clarity. So whenever you want to consider a block, for example here if block is there, or else function block is there, df function is there, function block it is. As soon as when we enter 4 spaces leaving here, function it's a block. In the function body you can write any number of statements like this only. Like this indentation levels only how to write it, this function block. Only block consideration we can use indentation, or else you can go for class block. So class is
Okay.
there, class name is there. Now you can see cursor is blinking in the indentation levels only. But you are not writing any class or any block, directly writing statements here. Hello. It's a normal statement, no? So
Okay.
you are looking only one line, and after that you are jumping into other lines, not a block. Same starting position only, it will start. No indentation like this. These are all individual statements which we are writing.
Okay. And yesterday you run one command from the command from, and then it execute the file. You saved file on idly. Can you show
Idling.
that again yesterday? You save the file on Notepad and then execute that file through the command prompt.
That's what actually in E drive I have saved like this. So in E drive, so let's go to E drive. You can able to execute that. Suppose you can see I have saved that files in E drive only. So you can see E drive. We have a file called test1.py file. This you want execute, then you can write execution is possible. Normally you can go to command prompt and move to E drive, and the file name is what actually you can decide that. So that is test1.py. So that file you can use it. Now E drive Python space test1.py. That's it.
Okay.
Or else py space test1.py also we can use it, no problem. Py space test1.py. Anyone it will work. Py space test1.py.
And I have a question about this comment. I've seen in other YouTube videos they are talking about single line, single comment, and multiple comment.
No, that was not a single
Is
line.
it different from this one?
This one only. Single line means every line you can start with.
Yes, one hashtag, right?
One
Hashtag
hashtag.
common style.
Multi-line means it is only multi-line. Multiple lines at a time you can do. But comments in Python is only hash symbol. There is no other way. Somebody will like this. This is actually comment only. This is not a correct. This is a description. I'll give you clarity on this. So whatever we started with triple quotes, starting and ending with triple quotes, this is not a comment. It's a description. Even if I run this code, you can see this. It is a what we can say. It will execute. But you may get doubt why this is a program not printing. Means it's not printing, it is a description, but Python interpreter will consider this also in the execution.
Oh, okay.
But if I give this one, now Python interpreter will not consider this as an execution. Look at this. This is. I'll tell you one simple logic so that you'll understand clearly. So generally, normally, whenever you want to declare the block of code, inside the block, if you don't want to use anything, then I recommend to use pass keyword. Pass means what? Python interpreter indication that the programmer has not given any code. That is the meaning. Okay, pass is given, fine. So if I call this function, it will work fine, sir. It's a very neat code, fine. But instead of pass, so if I don't give anything, means what actually here? Nothing is there in the block. If nothing is there in the block, it will not allow you to execute. Something should be there in the block. Something should be there in the block means I'm giving this is description, but something is there. That means Python interpreter is considering this something is there. That's what it allow me. But look at this same thing. If I do this comments, but is this Python interpreter consider something is there like this? Nothing is there. Still it is error. So you must and should use pass. So it will work. Okay. So this is comment. This is not consider and the execution part. That's what if it is not going to consider it, it's take like nothing is there in Python function. Nothing is there means you should pass it. Suppose if I give this into triple quotes, this is a description, means here no need to use pass because Python is considering this as a body of the function in the execution. So it will work fine. So this is the proof. This is not a comment, it's a description. It will consider Python interpreter execution. But when we give the hash symbol that is comment, it won't consider in the execution.
Okay, thank you.
So that's all for now. See you tomorrow. And you have only option tomorrow only. You can able to attend this on this link. And after tomorrow, you should decide that to join my session if you really wish to continue. So otherwise, you can go through your own way. It's not a problem. But tomorrow only you have a chance, 5th day. And after that, we will provide a short link from my end. But those who already enrolled and we have already your mails with us. So please wait for 1 day. We will receive 5 video lectures and complete soft copy of material core Python. So just wait a minute. Okay. Yes. I'm going to ending this session because some other session need to be organized. They are waiting for my end. This problem is only for this link only. Next link onwards, you can able to ask any doubts at any extent time. No problem. I'll ready to do this.
Okay, sir. Bye.
Yeah. Let me start. Let me start today's session. This is the first session of your Python full stack development course. So in this session, I'm going to discuss in Python full stack development, what subjects I'm going to cover, and each and every subject I'll discuss what is the purpose. And also I will give you clarity whether you need to go with only Python core and advanced or full stack development. So both courses duration I'm going to explain you. And can you please mute your audio from your side? If you have any doubt, you can try to share your doubt in chat box. So at the end of the session also, I'll allow you to speak with me. So you can share your doubts by speaking, no problem. But right now, when the session is going in the middle of the session, any questions are there. So you can please try to give your question into chat box so that I can read and I can answer you. And I request you please mute your audio from your side to avoid some noise, because these sessions all are going to be recorded, and same recorded videos we need to share to every students later. So please do mute from your side. So let's begin today's session. This is Python full stack web development course. Python full stack development course. In this Python full stack development course, I'm going to cover these subjects like Python completely core and advanced, Django, and then REST API, and then Flask, and UI, that is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, and then Bootstrap. Okay, these are the UI technologies. And finally, 6th one is, that is database is compulsory required MySQL and as well as SQLite 3, which is integrated with Django. So these are the subjects which I'm going to cover in our Python full stack development. So Python, Django, REST API, Flask, UI, MySQL, and SQLite 3. And if you go with complete Python full stack development course, so then the course duration is 4 months compulsory till take. So before 4 months, I can't finish. So if you have any time constraint, so duration like 2 to 3 months, if you are looking, then you can go for other options where you find. But it's not possible from my lectures because I need to cover every subject in deep. So from scratch and intermediate level programming, advanced level programming with respect to of all these subjects. So if you enroll for Python full stack development, so you need to travel 4 months with Durga sir. And for example, if you are looking only for Python, so core Python and advanced Python, that means basic and advanced level Python, then duration of the course is 45 days or 50 days to 60 days it will take. 50 days, maximum 50 days it will take to finish this only core and advanced Python. So now coming to this here, how we can select only Python core and advanced or full stack development. I suggest you, if you are a working employee, so already you are working somewhere. So in your project development, if they recommend to learn Python, which can be used in your project development as a script, as a programming, so then Python is recommended for you. No need to go for Python full stack development. And or else you are not a working employee, your requirement is you are going to do some job on Python completely full stack developer. So then in that context, I suggest you to learn complete Python full stack development. Or else you are a fresher, so recent passed out, or else you have a gap like 2 to 3 years, 2 years gap is there from your academics, then I can suggest you to learn Python full stack development. So that may be advantage. So once you have a strong knowledge on all these subjects area, so then you will be get more opportunities in reality. So more calls you will get in the context of all full stack development courses. Okay, yes. Now coming to this. Just a moment, someone is asked. See that if you have any questions, you can feel free to message in the chat box so that I can read, then I can answer you while session is going. But at the end of the session, let me complete my demo session today. And after that, at the end of the session, I'll speak with you 10 to 15 minutes. You can share your queries and doubts. I'll freely answer to you. Okay. So just let me complete this demo lecture so that you will get clarity. So then you can ask any type of question regarding this Python full stack development. I'll clarify your doubts. So if you go for only Python, then 50 days duration. And if you go for complete Python full stack development subject, which I'm here covering, like Python, Django REST, and Flask and UI Master, 4 months duration is required, sir. And every day session is going to be recorded, including today's session. So these recorded sessions, we will upload to you your Google Drive, so that my lecture of videos are just lifetime access and downloadable recordings also, along with complete soft copy of material. So every subject we will send the PDF, core and advanced, Django, REST, Flask, everything will send PDF only. So no need to get any what we can say, you don't get any problem while watching my video lectures and in the context of practicing, or you can follow my PDF document clearly. You will get what we can say, practical things, everything step by step I have included. So now let's speak about which subject is for what purpose and why these subjects. So you have to get clarity in the initial stage only. So anything if you are learning means you have to know in that technology, in that context. So what subject are there? Each and every subject, which purpose is required, you have to know that clarity. So that after getting a clarity only, so that it will be easy to learn. So which subject is required for which means you can get clarity so that you will understand clear concept. One thing for sure, in this all 6 subjects which I'm going to cover in Python full stack development, you are going to learn only one programming language, that is Python. Remaining all are not a programming languages. Okay, so strictly remember. So only one programming language you are going to learn, that is only Python, sir. Because every Python full stack developer or any full stack developer, I'm speaking like Java full stack, .NET full stack, at least the person should aware one programming language. So here we are going to work on Python full stack development. So you need to have the idea about Python programming language. So this is only programming language what you are going to learn. Remaining all are not programming language. Then what are that remaining, sir? Okay, yes, let me discuss about Django, REST API, Flask. These are all frameworks. You are going to learn frameworks completely. But that too, these are all Python based frameworks. That means if you know Python, then you can move for Django, REST API, Flask. If you don't have any idea about Python, so that is not required to go to Django, REST, Flask and all. Okay, so I strongly recommend if you know Python, then only it is possible. Obviously, you can able to get it. Okay, no doubt at all. So now coming to this, without knowing about Python, so you can't move for Django, REST API, Flask and all, because these three are frameworks which are completely written in Python language. A person who know how to manage the Python script, that person can able to understand Django, REST and Flask. And coming to this UI technologies, to learn UI technologies, no prerequisite subject is required. Happily, you can able to start directly UI technologies at any time, no required Python or Django, something like that. UI directly can able to learn. And coming to this MySQL and SQLite 3 also, to learn MySQL and SQLite 3, so not required to have any prerequisite because these are all completely database things only, database related things. Yeah, for working persons in Python, in the sense, if you know already Python functions and Python object-oriented programming principles, then Django is useful, compulsory, and along with REST API also. Most of them, they will teach Django, but they'll skip the REST API. But without REST API, we can't imagine that Django is fulfilled. So that's what Django with REST API, if you learn, that will be good deal actually. Okay, yeah. So now coming to this, to learn this UI and MySQL, no prerequisites are required. But now coming to this, to learn Django, Python is compulsory required. And also to learn REST API, Django is compulsory required. So this is the link is there. That's what orderly I'm going to cover all these subjects in detail. Once again, I'm telling you, to learn Django, Python is required. To learn REST API, Python as well as Django, both are required. Because REST API is completely dependent on Django. It's an extension subject of Django. Using Django along with Python code, we are going to generate APIs, application programming interface. That too, this API is going to be generated by REST architecture, representational state transfer. This is REST architecture. Nowadays, most of the programmers in real time, they are going to generate APIs by using REST architecture only. And coming to this Flask, Flask is also framework, I said. Okay, but to learn Flask, only Python is enough. Not required Django as well as REST API. To learn Flask framework, only Python knowledge is required. And these are the link is there actually. Okay, so orderly how to learn it. But to learn UI technologies, not required anything. To learn MySQL, it's not required because UI is completely front-end based. MySQL is completely database storage only. Okay. Python certificate, if you want, you can do it, but no one will ask you certificate mandatory like this. So if you want to claim yourself as a certified developer, so after gaining the knowledge of Python, you can able to write the Python certification. So once you get a good credits, they will give you, Microsoft will give you certification so that you can claim as a certified person. That is add-on advantage. If a person is new person, then I will not recommend any subject. So you can start your career as a Python only. So even the most of the students will think like that, to learn Python, any prerequisite required? No, I can say no, not required to learn any C, C++ basics or anything. Directly you can go to Python or full stack. So I suggest you are a fresher means then full stack is the best option. You just hold a few minutes, okay? So that let me complete my lecture. So at the end, 10-15 minutes, I'll interact with you so that you can share your doubts and all one by one. I can give you answer clearly. So let me finish this each and every subject, which purpose we need to use. Okay. Now coming to this, Python is a programming language. Django, REST, Flask are frameworks. These are all Python-based frameworks, but these are all not at all programming language. But to work with these frameworks, compulsory one programming language is needed, that is called Python. And UI technologies completely designing purpose. This UI technologies and MySQL and SQLite 3 databases we are going to use in the context of Django as well as REST API. These two frameworks are need UI technologies for designing web pages or web applications. And MySQL also database storage area. Now let's discuss in detail what is each subject purpose actually. First, we are talking about Python. and make sure that to learn all these subjects, Python is the first focus. So that's what our concentration, first 45 days to 50 days, fully, completely concentration is on Python only. Later, we'll begin with Django, REST, Flask, and all. This UI and MySQL will come along with Django and REST framework only. So first Python side. So what is Python and what is the use of Python? As I said that Python is a programming language. Python is a programming language which is used to write coding part for the application development. Python is a programming language which is used to write coding part for the application development. Generally, any programming language you can take. So what is the use of programming language? Generally used to write coding part only. If you want to generate or design any software application, compulsory coding and logic code is required. That logic code we can write with Python language only, because we are using Python full stack. Even Java full stack developer, they'll go for Java. .NET full stack developer, they'll go for C#.NET. So there are some combinations are there. So you have to follow that combination. You are in Python full stack developer. So Python programming language is must. You can't escape it from. So Python language can be used to write coding part for the application development. Then coming to this, what is Django? As I said that Django is not a programming language. Django is a framework. Okay. So what type of framework it is, Django? So Django is a web development framework, and which is used to develop web applications, which is used to develop what type of applications? Web applications means websites with including UI only. Web application means the application which will provide services over the web is called web application. That web application development purpose in the Python context, we use a framework called Django. So Django is not a programming language. It's a framework. What type of framework means? It's a web development framework. Especially it is used to develop web applications only. But sir, what is framework generally? Framework is nothing but it's a collection of rules or set of rules, predefined rules, or it contains lot of built-in libraries. Using that libraries or using that predefined rules and regulations, we have to develop the application. So already rules was decided. You have to follow that rules, framework rules. They have given completely framework libraries. You have to install it and you can go through them implementation. But make sure that only Django will not work out to develop web applications. Okay, if you want to develop any web applications with the Django framework, compulsory Python is required, because we are going to write complete code in Python only. We are going to write website code completely written in what? Python language only, sir. So without Python, you can't go for what we can say Django, sir. Python, because this Django framework is completely written in Python. So Django framework completely written in Python. So I strongly recommend to learn Python before going to Django. Okay, it's a web development framework which is used to develop web applications. Now coming to this REST API. So what is REST API? So REST API is also a framework. REST API is also a framework which is used to develop the APIs. Nowadays, you know that APIs are playing very much good role in real-time applications. Okay, so now coming to this, the APIs means application programming interface. So application programming interface. I'll discuss in detail about REST API when it comes to its own subject like Django. After I'll talk about more things. I'll talk about API more things. But in a simple way, I can say REST API means it's a framework which is used to develop the APIs, that is application programming interface. So generally nowadays, many of the users are using their mobile devices. In their mobile devices, then all are having lots of applications like YouTube, Swiggy, Zomato, or banking applications like that. but the person is communicating the applications through APIs only. Whenever we are going to open any YouTube app from our mobile device, that YouTube app will send request to YouTube API. That API will communicate with YouTube applications. And same like application can send response to API, API can deliver response to our mobile device. So that means what you understand here, API is nothing but act as a middleman services, act as a mediatory software. So this can be used to take requests from the client, and that same request can be sent to server. Server can give response to the API, API will give response to the client only. So it is act as a middleman services or mediatory software, that is API creation here. But most of the cases, the APIs will play the major role in real time, because in our daily life, we are having different technology applications in our mobile device. But finally, for doing your transaction complete, we are communicating with different technology applications, so that multiple applications communication is possible with APIs. So in simple way, I can say the API is used to talk multiple applications with each other. That platform is called API only. So this is about REST API. This is a framework which is used to develop APIs for communicating with the different applications, especially in Python platform or Django platform. So without Django, you can't go for REST API. So Django compulsory required along with REST API. With the Django only, we are going to create APIs only, because Django is a web application development framework. In the web application development framework, first of all, we have to generate APIs for remaining different services which are going to be used from our web applications. So that API can be used by different technologies people. So that's what we need to generate APIs. Communication medium. API can be used to communicate with different applications. That is API only here. So this API we are generating with what architecture? REST architecture. REST means representational state transfer. So this architecture, this is the design architecture pattern. So this pattern through only we are going to develop APIs only. So that's what I'm saying, REST API. So REST API is a Python point of view, we can call it as REST API. Even this REST API in the Java point of view, programmers will call it as RESTful service. Okay, RESTful services. And .NET point of view, they will call it as web APIs. So terminology is different. According to them, it's a different terminology, but purpose is same only. In Python point of view, we can call it as REST API only. Okay. Now coming to this, what is Flask? Flask is also a framework, sir. Look at this. Flask is also a framework. Flask is also a framework, and also it is what framework? You know, web development frameworks. Flask is also a web development framework. Sir, you know that you're saying like Django is a web development framework. Again, Flask is a web development framework. So which is used to develop the web applications. Using Flask also we can able to develop the web applications. But the difference between Django and Flask is a micro framework. Flask is a micro framework. Flask is a micro framework. That means using Flask, we can develop only single page applications. Using Flask, we can develop the single page applications only. Single page applications only we can develop using Flask. In real time, generally Flask can be used to develop microservices or small scale applications, or obviously feature scope is a lot. Nowadays, Django can be used many well-known companies like what we can say Spotify, okay, Spotify, and also Udemy and YouTube, and so many Mozilla Firefox, that app, that the browser, previously it was PHP, now it's migrated into Django. So there are a lot of websites are there with Django, with Python, even including Flask also. Okay, so the lot of top level companies are using. So it's obviously scope. If you are looking forward for web application development with related to Python, I can suggest you strongly Django only. Okay, it's a good, no problem. So Flask is a web development framework which is used to develop the web applications. Flask is a micro framework. Using Flask, we can develop single page applications, but using Django, we can develop not only single page, multiple pages applications and medium level applications and huge scale applications also we can develop using Django. Okay, so Django is the scale is different, and Flask is a scale is limited, scope is limited. Only small scale applications and single page applications can be developed here. So Flask and Django, these two are web application frameworks we are going to learn. Now coming to this UI, sir, UI, user interface. So obviously, in real time, so any website, if you open, compulsory UI is required. So whatever you are going to see on the screen for the first time when we open or any website visit, so you are looking that screen, no, that screen is nothing but UI screen only, user interface. User interface means finally, when user is going to enter into the website, how the user is going to interact with the web form or registration form. This is called user interface kind of thing. That user interface we can prepare with the UI technologies. Imagine that no website is exist without user interface, without UI technologies. So I'm talking about UI technologies. So these are the UI technologies which I'm going to cover. What is recommended for especially Django related topics through. I'm going to cover all UI technologies here. Okay, yes. So Python related questions. See, the thing is, once you join my sessions and you have a clear platform to communicate with us, any doubts through mail, because all the recorded videos and material officially will come from my mail only. So you can able to communicate with mail for all the doubts and queries. You can post your screenshot where you are getting the problem in the practical session. So I'll reply clearly there. So UI technologies means like HTML is there, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, and then Bootstrap. So these are all the UI technologies basics which I'm going to cover in related to Django, how much it is needed for Django, REST API, Flask. Then I'm going to cover all the things which related to UI technologies. In this UI technologies, lot of things are there like HTML. So why HTML is required here? Generally, HTML stands for hypertext markup language. As you know that it is used to prepare the web pages only. Okay. So if you want to describe actual content of the website, then HTML is required. HTML is used to generate web pages. So only web pages not enough, because sometimes I need to do some more look and feel I want to bring for my web pages. In that context, we can go for CSS. This is for what actually styling. Styling for web pages purpose, we can use what actually CSS on cascading style set. So only if you go through HTML, your web pages look like normal you feel, but you want to make your web pages more look and feel is better. So when compared to normal style, then you can go for CSS, styling for web pages. Okay. Yes, we can do it. That will come in Django with MySQL concept, with joins concept only here. Okay. Yes. Now CSS cascading style sheet, that styling for web pages purpose, we use CSS only. So cascading style sheet. CSS is only for HTML. So if there is no HTML, you can't apply any CSS. Compulsory CSS is required HTML elements or HTML tags only, because on the tags only we can apply some styling for styling for HTML. Now JS is there, JavaScript it's one of the most scripting languages in every web development. So you can't imagine there is a website which is running without JavaScript. Every website is going to be integrated with JavaScript, and obviously JavaScript is used to make functional means dynamic web pages, dynamic pages creation. Functional or dynamic pages, meaning is what? If we create HTML, only HTML is going to be static resources, like the pages will display, like registration form will display, or login form or change password form. We can design, and with styling CSS, page is available. But how do we make some functional? So interaction pages, like if I entered username and password or any data in the HTML pages, but how the data is going to be validated, so how the functionality will make, so then JavaScript is required. Most of the cases, JavaScript are going to be used for validations, form validations, means user inputs are correct or not. If you want to cross verify it, then JavaScript is required. Okay, yes. So now coming to this, see, we are asking Spring Boot. Spring Boot is related to, that is in Java related, but I can't talk about that Spring Boot. So if you ask me any Django related question, that will be good, and I can able to answer at any extent level Python related. Okay, so that's what. So JavaScript is a functional or dynamic web pages. That means if you want to perform any validations, form validations, whether user inputs are correct or not, if you want to check, then you can go for JavaScript along with HTML. Again, to perform actions or functionality, HTML tags are required. So because once we write JavaScript functionality, we can attach to that HTML page where we can perform the validation by calling JavaScript functions only. We'll discuss that also in detail in our session. So I'll try to create JavaScript functions and call in the web forms like HTML forms, how functionality is going to be takes place. And coming to this jQuery, Bootstrap or advanced UI technologies, these are designed and developed by using HTML, CSS, JavaScript only. jQuery as well as Bootstrap. Both are advanced UI technologies. These two are designed by using HTML, CSS, JavaScript. jQuery is a JavaScript library. It's an extension of JavaScript. jQuery is what actually? JavaScript library. So why jQuery, sir? Because we have already JavaScript. So JavaScript is nothing but it's a completely code from scratch. Code from scratch. That means if you write the code from scratch, then it will make more code. So that means if you want to reduce a lot of code without writing the code from scratch, if you want to use directly library which is available, then jQuery is required, sir. Actually, jQuery is required. jQuery is an advanced JavaScript library. So it is just making some code is less. We can do more operations. jQuery libraries you can download from jQuery.com. And Bootstrap is nothing but combination of JS as well as CSS libraries only. JavaScript and CSS libraries are combinedly available in the context of Bootstrap. This Bootstrap will make more look and feel of your web page. More look and feel of web pages. So we will focus on more Bootstrap only in our Django web application development, because Bootstrap functionalities will bring lot of look and feel for our web pages when compared to normal HTML as well as CSS. So these are UI technologies for which purpose we are going to use. These UI technologies which I'm going to cover when I starts with Django. First few days, 5 sessions, Django, introduction, Django setup and application running process I will tell you. After that, we will focus on UI technologies. Once we complete that UI technologies, which is recommended for Django, how much it is needed, all the topics will be covered. After that, we will focus on completely Django lectures. Once we complete Django, the extension subject is there, along with the Django with Python script, how to generate APIs in Python development. So we will focus on REST API. Then finally, we will go for Flask. This is the last framework which I'm going to conduct the sessions in our Python full stack development. Flask is separate framework, which is not really needed. Django REST API for learning Flask. Flask is only for Python is required. Okay. And UI anytime you can learn, and MySQL. What is MySQL? See, as a full stack developer, you should have at least a basic idea about any one database. That I'm recommending MySQL. MySQL and SQLite, both I'm showing now, because SQLite is one of the database which is integrated with Django. Whenever we what we can say, create a Django project or application, automatically you will find one integrated database, SQLite only. This database can be used to manage everything with the Django related stuff. In case if you want to manage your database separately, then MySQL is recommended here. But it doesn't mean that Django and Python do not support MS SQL like Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle, MongoDB, and other databases. Yes, Python and Django can support any type of databases, but just there is some common combination in real time. Most of the Python applications are going to be used MySQL as a database, backend SQLite only. That's what I'm including MySQL because it's a common combination. You know that most of the Java programmers in full stack development, they'll prefer to use Oracle as a database. Most of the .NET full stack developer, they'll prefer as MS SQL is a database, Microsoft SQL. And we preferred in Python full stack development, MySQL is the majority of the cases. But it doesn't mean that Python and Django do not support other databases like Oracle or other database. Other databases also we can use it, no problem. But MySQL, I'm going to focus. This MySQL basics also I'm going to cover in the respect of Django as well as Python only. So SQLite. This is called database storage. Database creation purpose we use for storing user data or client data, we can say that. So compulsory database idea also need to be required, sir, because you are the Python full stack developer. You should have maximum idea about at least one database and at least one programming language and frameworks and UI technologies. So this is completely what I'm going to cover in our Python full stack development. Each and every subject purpose is what. So once again, I'm telling you in entire these 6 subjects, you are going to learn only one programming language, that is called Python, and Django, REST, Flask are frameworks. These are not a programming language, but these frameworks, if you want to manage, you need one programming language that is called Python. To manage Django and REST, Python is mandatory. To manage Django, to manage REST API, Python and Django is mandatory. To manage Flask framework, only Python is mandatory. And to manage UI, no prerequisites. Directly you can learn with UI technology. And this is also MySQL directly you can learn without linking with any other subjects. These two are completely separately you can learn it, no problem at all. But in our lecture, all I'll cover according to our convenience. So first focus is completely on Python, sir. Okay, complete Python, because without this Python, you can't move with any subjects in our Python full stack development. So that's what I want to make you comfort in Python 45 days to 50 days. Once you know how to deal with Python script, so it will be easy to handle with Django, REST, Flask, and any other things. Okay, so this is about complete overview of Python full stack development course, each and every subjects which you are going to learn. All the subjects related recorded videos I'll send to your Google Drive along with complete soft copy of material. You just Hello, can you hear me? So this is about Python full stack development courses and which subject is required to what purpose I included clearly. If you have any question, you can feel free to ask me now so that I can give you answer clearly. Yeah.
Hi, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Tell me, what's your question?
Okay. I have a few questions to ask, actually. Hi, my name is Sherry, and I have a question. Like my first question is, do we have, apart from providing video, do we have any online class where we all student can discuss the, discuss the Python? Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I mean to say, apart from class lectures, any platform is there to share the doubts and all these things you're asking? No, there is no platform, but only the option is you can contact through mail only.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many hours I have to study every day, because I'm doing a job?
Yeah, it's okay. Good. But actually, the class is every day according to Indian time, IST, 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Only 1 hour session. And if syllabus is not going to cover within the 4 months duration, I'll plan weekend sometimes 1.5 hour also every Friday and Saturday. So that will be good. And from your side, practice is compulsory required. Without practice, you can't do anything. So only attending the classes is not enough. So compulsory, you need to practice at least 1 hour daily. If you practice, that will be good. And at the end of the day, you will be satisfied undoubtedly. So that you will build confidence on this.
Okay, so you said that Indian timing 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, right?
Yes, Indian time.
Okay, so is that a everyday class or
everyday class? Like Monday to Saturday classes will be there. Only Sunday is off.
Okay, Monday to Saturday. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
And my fourth question is, so as you said that, is it possible to get a job after doing this course for 5 months?
Obviously, why not?
Because this subject is very vast, right? So I cannot cover everything in 5 months. 5 months is like a very short period of time. So do you think I would be eligible to find a job easily by just doing this course?
Obviously, you just leave it to me how I'm going to cover within 5 months. You will see this, what subject you are going to get that. So it's a very clear, not a problem. It's not a big deal. Easily we can able to do it.
And what is the first job which anybody can start who doesn't have any knowledge about the Python, who has experience in IT, but no knowledge about the language, Python or Java, like me? What job?
That's the reason. What job means completely software developer job only will get, undoubtedly. So once you learn the Python, so you can claim yourself as a Python programmer. You have to attend interview based on that. So they'll test your knowledge, how you strong about Python and REST framework or Django like that. Then they can hire you as a developer. So you should start work with Python only.
Okay, so do I need to get the certificate from any institute to, get a job?
See, not required, not required. I personally not suggest Python certification because the reason is if you are a working professional already, then already have experience like minimum 5 to 10 years. Then if you want to looking for promotional or on-site opportunity, then you can prove yourself as a certified developer. So then I recommend certification. But normal student not required to get a certification from Microsoft. So you can claim through your own subject only, not required.
And do you provide a certificate just proof that we attend this?
That's we can do it from our end. We will provide so and so person completed successfully this course, like date and from duration and all these things with your name. We will provide. That should be in online only. You can download it and you can claim that also.
Okay, thank you. You answered all the questions.
Yeah. Any more? And you can find this video lecture also Durgasoft YouTube channel after 2-3 hours. If you want to repeat this, only 5 lectures will be uploaded for every online classes for mine. So after that, you can enroll the course and you can continue my lectures directly attending online. How pay overseas payment? Yes, no problem regarding this overseas payment or all these things. Then our team will take care of this. And they will assist you how to do all these payments. So they'll mail you because you have already registered with your mail for this Zoom meeting, so that automatically they can get your mail. So they'll mail you how to do this process and all.
Okay, in the chat, I didn't see the branch code, and I see the account number, but there is no branch code. So
see, I'm not aware of this payment, all these things, because my duty is only to take the sessions, but our backend team will take care of this. So anyway, I'll ask them to send all these details to you so that you can find that. No problem, no hurry to do this payment options. Still, you have enough time to do this. Please feel free to attend the sessions, 2 or 3 sessions more, no problem at all.
Okay, so the transaction usually it takes 2-3 days to get into the account. And I just want to let you know that you are, I have watched many Python class on YouTube. Your explanation is the best one. This is my honest. I left a comment in your YouTube channel. The way you are explaining, it's excellent actually. You explain very well. I hope I will learn a lot in
Sure.
those 5 months.
Surely, I'll not disappoint you finally. But if you say like that, then I'm fearing about myself because I need to reach your goals and all these things. But anyway, I'll do my best. Thanks for your comment.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
Yeah, please continue. Then after I will ask my question.
Hello, sir. Dibigant is here. Okay.
Yeah, tell me.
One question from my side. If I want to know about the how to write a query for comparing the two table in Excel, I need to join the full stack development, or I need to only the Python is good.
See, that's what I am asking once again. Joining 2 or more tables purpose, generally we used to use a concept called joins concept in MySQL related, but you are talking about Excel sheet. But Excel sheet in our Python, actually there is a concept is there CSV file, comma separated values dealing. So that is possible with only, you are talking about Excel sheets, there are 2 tables, we can merge it, no?
Yes, by the in the database also SQL query is there.
No problem. That is required. Only Python is enough, because in our Python we will deal with connectivity, database connectivity also, MySQL and SQLite, and even Excel sheet also we can interact with CSV files. No worries, we can go for Python first. Then if your requirement is huge again, then later also you can decide to continue my lectures of Django and test and Flask, other things. But initially you can go through Python. So let's see this what will happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, sir. Shashank here. Yeah, sir. Right now I'm working with a MNC, and I'm not liking my job there. I'm working in ERP, and I'm more interested in in software development. And basically, I know core Java. Then after I know Spring Boot as well. But nowadays, I'm hearing about the Python more. Means people are talking about the Python more, that Python has a good future scope. So that's why, yeah, Python is more known for its machine learning part than after data science part.
Data analysis or statistical analysis. Yes.
Yeah. But I don't know about the in-depth development. Means just I'm hoping for the best. Means I will be able to get a good job after completing that Python full stack development. So can you?
That's what web development purpose we are introducing. No, lot of frameworks here, Django, REST, and Flask is there. So that's what people might aware of that. Anybody, those who don't have any knowledge, also they know about Python little bit, but they don't aware of much more Django, REST, and Flask framework.
Yeah,
so that's what you are going to do this also, so that finally you will get clarity. So how we can develop the applications using Python and Django, all this.
Yeah, right. Means see, once I will complete that job, that I can start looking for the job. But after that we are still, see, I have some experience in IT industry, but that's not relative, right? Not relatable. It's I can be able to claim that I am still a fresher. Means in the case of fresher, can be able to get a job in good company with a handsome amount of salary.
Obviously you will get, but only the thing is finally how you work on these all frameworks and Python, and how your skill set was improved. That's a matter finally. So
yeah, right.
There is
see, one thing I know, means my see, I have developed a logic, means through the years, through all the years which I have. I know some part of the C, then after some part we can say in C++, then Java. So means basic is clear. See, once you know any language, that means you have developed your logic. Means you can easily learn any other language. This is what I know.
Sure. That's true. But because you have already aware of the core Java, whatever you said, that's add an advantage for learning Python. It's an easy when compared to them also. But those who don't have any basics also, you need not to fear about this Python, because it's a very simple and straightforward language. Those who don't have any background of IT or CSE also, they can come and learn happily. So you can settle your career with Python only, undoubted.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I have I think I have one thing to share with everyone, that with learning with the if you learn only the REST API, you will able to find the job, because I cracked the interview for the REST customer support engineer for the REST API. They just want you to know only the REST API. Even that's enough. Last time I cracked the interview, however, like with the help of Google, they gave me an assignment before, for the screen test. They gave me an assignment to do it with the REST API. So I did it by using, by Googling it. And then later on, I couldn't get through that job interview because they were looking for the more experience. So I'm just sharing my experience, so everybody will have some knowledge, that if you have little bit, like not little, if you know about the REST API, there is a scope also for the REST API.
Yeah.
The REST API is a very vast. For 2 days I was just Googling it, and then anyhow I finished that assignment and then submitted to the HR, and then they selected me. But they were not ready to take me because I don't have experience at all. I told them honestly, because I don't want to get the flunked after getting the job. So I just told them honestly that I don't have experience, but I just Googled it and I got through it. And, yeah, that's it. I just want to share my experience with my last job interview. I had an interview 2 weeks ago with the REST API customer support engineer.
Yeah, that's what REST API is mandatory. As I said, that Django after you must and should learn REST API, because we will also focus more and more on REST API only, because a lot of things are there to create an APIs, but all are built-in classes also available. That's what focus is more on API with Dijon.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mr. Karim Sheikh, basically, I can't explain in Telugu because my target audience are different places that they cannot understand. But I can somehow I can manage for you. At least you can able to go through your language. I can understand, no problem. I can give you answer in a basic English only. No, not at all.
Mohan, question. Will you be also teaching the coding best practices and the peptide standards for coding in Python?
Obviously. That standard Python enhancement proposal we will follow. So what guidelines they are giving. So same pattern you can observe in our editor how we are writing the code.
Okay.
So this is for today lecture, and tomorrow we'll meet again on same link. So after finish this course, I'm eligible for front-end developer also. Please provide some resume simple. Yeah, I can do it. But front-end developer, instead of claiming as a front-end developer, you can also claim that is Python full stack developer. That's better actually.
Yeah. Sir, one more question. After completing this course, means apart from your teaching, do we need to follow some other website or some another thing? Means, or
that's your wish actually. Even that is true also, because as a trainer I can tell you what needed according to this all subjects. Okay, but from your end also same as it is, whatever I covered the examples and hands-on things in our session, need not to practice same thing. We can do some R&D by looking some websites or Google it, and you can get more knowledge. And you can also do some experiment. In that experiment, if you have any trouble, you can just ask me, then I can clarify that. That thing also very good actually.
Okay. Yeah. This is what
Exercise that I'll take care, because every topic I can post some questions so that you can come with your code, and even I will come with my code, and after that we'll discuss in the class at the end of the session, so that different students will come with their task with different code. So that will be good to know each and every task how we can able to finish differently, which is the best one also will conclude finally. That is also it's a common thing in daily.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, tell me, sir.
Is it possible to change the timing, like 7:30 to 8:30?
No, sir. I'm extremely sorry, because my schedules are completely packed up. Even I have to start 8 a.m. here in my institute offline. I'm waiting for going there. Every hour there is a session, so I can't able to do that.
Sir, because of this session in 7 to 8 a.m., sir. So it's not possible to join.
Yeah, that's I can agree that, but from my end, it's not possible, because once I shift the time for this batch, then for my every batch is going to move half an hour after till night 10 o'clock. So I can't manage this. This is big deal for me.
Anything, sir, new batches will start for
new batches are there from Durga Soft. So many, no problem. Other faculties also there. You can inquiry with them. So you can feel free to join with them. No problem at all for us. So you can go through them also. So it's fine. But my batch this is right now currently one after long time. This slot only I got it, free slot. That's what they schedule my batch now.
So when this batch class will start?
So you can assume that this is already started. So only demo lectures for 5 days or 4 days only. You can from your end this is demo lectures, but my end it's already regular sessions only.
Okay.
Yeah.
So same time, right? Every day?
Sure, same time.
Okay. So for the link, do we? I will get the Zoom link in my email, or I have to go to the website?
No, actually, I think you will get the mail also today, so you will get the Zoom link.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
For first 5 days only, you can use this link, and this is for demo purpose. Our Durga Soft team will handle this link for 5 days. After enrollment, all students, then everything session is in my hand only. I can able to manage that GoToMeeting link. I'll give from my side.
Okay, so can I, if I have a question regarding the payment, how to make payment, do I need to, can I respond on that email which I got a Zoom link?
Surely you can respond to them. And what's your name, so that I can inform to them also immediately, so that they'll mail.
Sure. My name is Sherry, Sherry.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So I'll inform to them so that they'll interact with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, fine. So I'm sorry to say I need to leave. It's time because on the same link, some other session is ready to start. So that's what they're asking me to stop. So sorry for that. Any more questions, I'll answer you quickly in tomorrow's session after end of the session. So that have a nice time. See you tomorrow.
Sir, last
Thank
question.
you so much.
Sorry, sir, last question.
Tell me.
I am a job in data analysis. Do I need to join with Python or full stack development?
Only Python, sir. Only Python is required. Don't waste your time and money for joining full stack. Only Python is enough for you.
Okay. Thank you. Sir.
Yeah. Fine.
Excuse me, sir. I have one quick question.
Tell me first.
Yes, I'm also working as a data analytics, so I just want to participate only Python class.
Only Python is required. Only Python is required.
Okay, so the pay is gonna be different or is the same pay?
No, different, sir. Different. You should pay less, but I can't disclose the pay details as a trainer from my side. You can contact to them, so they'll assist you clearly. Okay.
And I'm from Texas, USA, so you should provide us different kind of link for payment because I can't pay on the bank account.
Yeah. That's things. Everything's my backend team will take care of that. I don't know much more about that, so they'll take care of. They'll assist you. Don't worry. Okay.
All right. Thank you, man. Bye.
Yeah.
So for all the six SQL, UI, Flags, REST API, Django, Python, all of them, whole package is 5,000, right?
No. It's not.
Okay.
It's not only Python. That is you are saying that, but other all total package that is different. You can inquire with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I am actually a kind of intermediate. For example, I can write classes, I can write some functions, and I use my Python for my table comparison or get data using ODBC jars to the my database, and some wraparound scripts. I just do it with Python. And so I don't know whether I should start here or I should start with advanced, or this is that one.
So as your wish, you can just take the few sessions so that you can decide that. Actually, in basic Python, we are going to cover complete fundamental concepts like how to work with loops and while loops, nested for loops, operators, data type, even more data structures also there. That is very important to deal with every time data, and even functions, modules, lambda expressions. These are all we will cover into core basic Python only.
Okay. Because I know like all the data types like dictionaries, tuples, and then I can work with the JSONs, and then lambda functions. I'm quite comfortable in using it. I mean, basically, and also I'm looking at packaging, like how to package, and the advanced concepts in classes, like how we can do the encapsulation or abstraction, how we can do it using classes. So that's what, because for my right now the knowledge is for any functions I create a class or method in that and I use it. So I'm at that level only. Probably I mean you are a better judge on that, so I just thought of checking.
No problem. You are in the correct track only, but we will discuss in our session like in detail about class and each and every method inside the class, how it will behave exactly, because different types of methods are there, not only one method. Obviously, class contains several methods like instance method, static method, class method, and different types of methods.
Correct. Yeah.
Different point of scale, we have to use that.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's begin today's session. And in the last session, we just discussed about basic subjects which I'm going to cover in Python full stack development, like Python, Django, REST, and Flask, UI, MySQL. And even I have discussed clearly which subject is for what purpose also. I clearly mentioned in the last session. And today's session, I'm going to give complete overview of Python because this is our main subject. Without this subject, we can't move forward for any frameworks and other process. So this is our first subject and Python. So what is Python means, as I said, that Python is a programming language which is used to write generally coding part for the application development. And here we need to know that what type of language it is. The reason is already we have existing languages like C, C++, Java, C#, .NET, more vast languages which can be used rapidly in every application development like Java and C#, .NET. So that are also strong enough to build any application. But why Python became a popular language, and also why people are moving towards Python? So what is the reason behind that means? So basically, Python is having simple syntax and straightforward code, and there is no complex syntax, and you need not to concentrate on Python script more because it's a straightforward, everybody can understand. Because of this reason, it's not became a popular. The main reason was it's provide completely huge standard library. That is the main reason, one of the key reason why Python became a popular and so oftenly used language in everywhere, means it's provide completely huge standard library. Libraries means it's completely pre-defined classes and along with methods. So in each and every aspect of application, so once we download Python software and install, you will get plenty of libraries. Directly you can able to use it and you can implement your application code. So once the libraries are available, so no need to write the code from scratch. You can able to reuse that libraries and you can inject that libraries to your application and you can use that stuff from there. So no need to write code from scratch. That is the big advantage of Python. And moreover, the advantage of Python is completely cross-platform as well as platform independent also. It can run on any platform. So that means it's a portable language. We can migrate from one platform to another platform easily. And moreover, the libraries which will come in the context of different applications. So the person who wants to develop data science or data analysis, they can get libraries like pandas, matplotlib, numpy. These also I'm going to cover in the end of the session of Python. So pandas for data analysis purpose and matplotlib is for visualization purpose. Pandas and matplotlib are developed on top of numpy. So numpy is also one of the part of our session. And data science or data analysis application purpose also, they are providing completely libraries. And even statistical analysis and machine learning, artificial intelligence and network programming, and also business applications, gaming applications, and many more applications we can develop using Python. For all the applications, Python supports built-in libraries. So that's the reason the programmer choice obviously to build their application quickly without interacting with a lot of code. Directly they can collect the stuff from Python libraries. So that's the reason Python became a popular language. In every projects or in every technologies, Python contribution is there nowadays. So that's the reason. So Python is a simple and straightforward, and it's provide completely huge standard libraries. Because of this reason only, Python became a popular language, one of the first choice as a programmer in reality. Now coming to this, Python is what type of language is? Python is a general purpose. So everybody knows that what is meaning of general purpose. So general purpose means it's not a specific language which can be used to design for specific type of application. It's completely general purpose. This can be designed for develop any type of applications, not only specific. Like using Python, we can develop web applications, standalone applications, and desktop GUI applications, and gaming applications, and data analysis applications, and many more. So it's an not designed for only specific point of scale. It is going to use it to develop complete different types of application. That is the meaning of general purpose programming language. And coming to this, Python is a high level programming language. Meaning is, as a Python programmer, while writing Python logic, so we need not to concentrate on low level activities. That means memory management and security. All these things built in available in Python. So Python will take care internally so the memory management with the help of garbage collector and security with code access security. So it takes care everything. You need not to contribute from your side. So no need to concentrate on low level activities because it's a high level programming language. And coming to this, Python is interpreted programming language. Interpreter. So generally, whenever we go for like a C language or C++, even Java and C#.NET. So Java is both interpreter as well as compiler. But these are most of the cases like compiler only here, compiler based language. What is meaning of compiler based? It's a simple, when we write the code in these languages and the code will be compiled, whole program at a time will be checked and run. That is called compiler. But when it comes to Python, even JavaScript also, so it is interpreted language. Interpreter. Interpreted based means whenever we write the code in Python language, that code can be compiled, that code can be cross-verified or checked line by line only. So line by line code will check and execute. So that is called interpreted. Whole program at a time, it will check and execute. That is called compiler. So Python is interpreted based. So that means how many number of lines you write in Python script. So each and every line separately will cross-verified and it will execute. So that's because of this reason, always Python execution speed is little bit slow when compared to these existing languages. But it doesn't mean that it is a drawback of Python because it's a useful tool also. There is a debugging option is there in Python. So whenever your code is going to be run line by line, as a programmer, you can find out easily where the mistake is available. You can do that debugging of programming clearly while working with line by line code. So this is interpreted. That's the reason when we write huge number of lines of code in Python, so you don't recognize the number of errors which will be displayed in the output window every time. Only one error will be notified. So that the reason is when Python start execution from the first line, if all the lines are correct, for example, imagine that line number 5, there is some problem. Immediately Python interpreter will stop the line number 5 code and it will show the error clearly on which line it's available and what type of error. So only one error you will notice because of it is interpreted only. So when it comes to these languages like C, C++, Java, C#.NET, these are all compiler based. How many lines you have written the code, whole lines will check and execute. That's what we notice in these languages, especially while working with these languages. Programmer will notice that multiple lines errors, like if you face like 5 errors will display and with along with line numbers, and 10 errors, 20 errors. If there is no errors, obviously compiler will successfully generate the exe file. It will ready to execute now. But in Python, not like that. So it won't generate any exe here because it's an interpreter. So each and every line by line code will check and finally it is going to be executed. But it doesn't mean that there is no compilation in Python. So in Python, compilation also there, but as a programmer, we are not going to do compilation explicitly. Internally, interpreter will take care of that compilation line by line checking process. So this is about interpreted. It's an interpreted based. Even JavaScript also interpreted because JavaScript also same almost equally Python. So now coming to this, Python is dynamically typed programming language. Dynamically typed programming language. This feature is very useful feature for programmer side because in other languages, the programmer need to take care the data type at the time of writing the code. So now you can see statically typed these languages. Statically typed means at the time of declaring any variable, the syntax of declaring data type or variable in other languages, this is the common syntax, data type, then after that variable name equals to value, and then semicolon is ending with the statement, so it's must. If you miss semicolon in other languages, so it will give error completely. Suppose here, this is my syntax. Int is data type I declared as a programmer because my value is 10. So I have to know that this value based data type. So if this value is float, I can't say that it is an integer, so it will give error. So I should have the clarity about this data type and variables clearly. This variable data type, what I need to do. So that's what here it is statically typed. Means at the time of writing the code, you need to decide the data type of the variable based on its value. But in Python, there is no problem at all. So it is a dynamically typed. No, dynamically means during the program execution. Statically means before execution. So dynamically typed language means in Python, no need to define any data type. Just we can say variable name equals to value and variable name is equal to value and 10 only. Even no need to give any termination symbol like semicolon because Python program automatically terminated once line is ended. Even if you include this semicolon also, it's not wrong in Python, it will accept it, no problem, but it's not required. So you can see this, I didn't mention any data type of the variable before declaring the variable. Even if you mention the data type of this variable like this, it will give clearly syntax error. It will not allow you to declare the data type from the programmer end because it's a dynamically typed. Based on its a value, data type will be decided. For example, I want to show you this one quick example. For this, I'm just opening a default editor that is called IDLE. Whenever we download and install Python software, you will get a default editor that is called IDLE, Integrated Development Learning Environment. You need not to worry. I'll discuss in next session clearly how to do Python setup from scratch, what softwares are required, how to download and install it, and what is our complete editor. Throughout our sessions, we'll discuss in detail. But right now, I would like to show you a simple program. So how data type dealing. So ideally software I'm opening. This is the default editor. As soon as when we click on this IDLE, so you'll notify this is IDLE shell. This is editor tool. So in this editor, just I'm typing a is a variable equals to is operator and 10 is a value. So here you can see as soon as when we hit the enter, then automatically 10 will be assigned to A. Do you want to print A? No need to use print statement. It is optional to use here. Directly you can say A and enter. You got this value clearly. And you can see if I declare int A equals to 10, this is wrong. In Python, so dynamically data type will decide for the variable, so that is integer, but we have mentioned integer from our side, that is not correct. So integer invalid syntax it is. So if I go for this value A and A is printing, but I want to know that which data type is assigned for my variable. So if you want to know that, just simply you can go for type function. Type is a built-in function in Python to know which data type is assigned for your variable. It's a class type integer type. And even if I declare the A is 23.4 and A is printing and type of A is what actually float type. So like this, based on the value, data type will decide internally. So we need not to specify any data type in Python. Only you should focus on the value which you want to assign to them. Then that value, based on its value, Python interpreter will decide the type of variable only. Okay, so this is one of the advantage. So you need to focus on only values and variables. No need to think about data types. Okay, so but it doesn't mean that Python do not have any data types. Lots of data types are there, like int, float, bool, complex, and even more sequence or collection data structures are there. String, list, tuple, set, dictionary, range, and so on. So a lot of data types are there here clearly. Okay, so we'll discuss that data structures also in our upcoming session. So now you can see dynamically typed. Okay, now coming to this, Python is case sensitive programming language. Case sensitive means how the way you declare the variables and function names or class name, any names. Same way how to access, you cannot able to access different way. For example, if I declare a value 10, then I can access that through print function a only. But I cannot able to access this with capital letter A because it's a case sensitive. What the variable you declare, like name of the variable or name of the function, name of the class, how the way you declare, same way how to access. If you access in different way, it won't work out. So ultimately, Python is a general purpose, high level, interpreted, dynamically typed, and case sensitive programming language. What type of language means? Now coming to this, why Python? Why not other language? Just now I discussed clearly, Python provides a flexible way to write the code when compared to other existing languages. And moreover, Python syntaxes are very simple and straightforward. There is no complex syntax. And also, Python provides lots of built-in libraries, which will make programmer task will be easy. So you can able to write the code directly by using that libraries. And imagine that when compared to other programming languages, so for example, if you want to display some output on the screen like hello world or welcome to something like that, if you want to display some single line output statements onto the screen, if you go through Java or C or C++, at least minimum you need to write 4 or 5 lines of code because the structure is like that only in those languages. If you go for Java, first we need to import packages, and after that you have to declare the class, public class, class name, and let open bracket, close brackets are there, and public static void main. So many things are there. For example, you can see this Java language. So I'm including one class like public class. Class name is what we can say, just class name I can use, and open bracket, close bracket. This is very simple, straightforward structure also, but somewhat complex because every time you have to follow these rules and regulations. If you miss any brackets or semicolon or something, so it will give error something. String, square bracket, arcs, then open and close. Finally, if you want to display any statement, system.out.println, I can say hello. This is the code actually in Java. But here in Python, needed not to write these many lines of code. Almost same lines you can write in C# as well as C language also. But in Python, not required to write these many lines. In Python, simply if you want to display hello, then just use print statement. It's a print is a function. You can say that hello, that's all. So one line is the matter. So easily you can able to manage the code clearly, sir. Okay, this is what hello statements we print in Python programming straightforward. But how that manage? Yes, it's an interpreted language. No class is required, no method is required, no object is required. But here line by line code will check whatever the lines are stated. Now you can see this this line automatically will execute. Yeah, please go ahead. Your question. Any question?
So when you write the code, do you need to? Is it necessary to write the bracket and then a semicolon?
Not
or
required.
We can just
see the thing is here. If I use semicolon, it's not required here. Here brackets are required here when we go for some PyCharm editor or other editor. But whenever we go for some ideally platform, so now you can see here, no need to use any print. Directly you can go for hello, or else you can write like print function also we can use like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you manually type the bracket open and bracket close?
Yes, I'm manually typing because it's ideally. So brackets will not come by default. There is no IntelliSense option. That's what I suggest you in our upcoming session. Also, I'll introduce so many editors. In that, I'll go for right editor like PyCharm editor. Then we go for PyCharm editor and everything will